Good morning, everyone. At this time, we ask that everyone please find their seats. Please find your seats. Please ensure that all cell phones and electronic devices are placed to silent. We shall resume momentarily. Thank you for your cooperation.
Okay, it is still the morning? It is. Good morning. Welcome to the second portion of today's final day of budget hearings, day 12. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan. I chair the Committee on Finance. Welcome, Director Chafee and your team. Thank you all for joining us to answer our questions. We'll be hearing, obviously, today from IBO. My questions will largely focus on IBO's analysis of asylum seeker costs and general questions on their financial plan. I'll now turn it over to Committee Counsel Mike Toomey to swear in the witnesses, and we'll get moving. But before that, I want to note we've been joined by Councilmember Osei.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to councilmember questions? Louisa Chafee, Sarah Parker, Sarita Subramanian. Thank you. You may begin.
Just turn your mic on.
Thank you.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a little low.
Closer.
Better?
Yeah, can we turn it up
Is
overall?
it me or?
No, it's all good. We'll turn up the boom box a little.
Good morning, Chair Brennan and members of the Finance Committee. I'm Louisa Chafee, Director of the Independent Budget Office, the IBO, and I'm here today with my colleagues Sarah Parker and Sarita Subramanian, IBO's Senior Research and Strategy Officers. We appreciate the opportunity to testify this morning. Recently, IBO has published 3 reports on the budget: the analysis of the 2025 Executive Budget and Financial Plan, IBO's asylum seeker cost projections, and details on IBO's economic and revenue forecasts, and we brought copies of each of those for you today. We'd like to go through some critical highlights. IBO forecasts a $5.1 billion surplus in the current year, with $1.1 billion higher than the administration's expected surplus of $3.9 billion. The administration anticipates this year's budget to be $116.8 billion. IBO projects that 2025 will also end with a surplus, estimated currently at $1.1 billion. The administration anticipates next year's budget to be $113.6 billion. Starting in 2026, IBO projects larger budget gaps than the administration: $2.6 billion in 26, $7.9 billion in 27, and $6.0 billion in 28. IBO's higher gap estimate in 27 is, in part, due to the administration's budgeting of $1 billion in state funding for asylum seekers that the state has yet to commit to. IBO's estimates reflect a more cautious assumption that such costs may need to be covered by city funds. IBO anticipates out-year gaps can be addressed over the course of the coming years, as a $6.2 billion gap for 2026 represents 5.5% of IBO's projected total revenues. The administration has closed gaps of similar magnitude in the recent past. In the past 5 years, the administration's stated out-year gaps at the executive budget peaked at 5.3% of revenues, still well below the challenging times of the early to mid-2000s, when the administration's out-year gaps peaked at 9.1% of revenues. Both the administration and IBO present a surplus in the current year, but differ on the size of the projected surplus. The Council now has the opportunity to consider these findings in relationship to the fiscal and policy choices being proposed by the administration in the executive budget. I'm going to go through some restorations and additions. For 2025, $64 million was added to reinstate 2 New York City Police Department classes that had previously been eliminated, with additional funds through the plan period. the administration added $514 million in 2025 to fund the Department of Education programs previously funded by federal COVID aid. This addition of both city and state funding will plug some, though not all, of the existing DOE gap. Similarly, the administration is proposing to add $741 million in new funding intended to increase wages for the employees of human service organizations under contract with the city. After the executive budget was published, the administration announced the addition of $50 million for child care as part of the Child Care Quality and Innovation Initiative for New York City. Previous financial plans funding across early childhood programs in the executive budget, they cut funding, I missed that word, across early childhood programs. In the executive budget, the administration added $92 million to the 3K budget in '25 to close the federal stimulus gap, although the gap remains in the out years. To bring funding for 3K and pre-K expansion up to previously budgeted levels, an additional $351 million in 2025 would be needed. Similarly, the gap for the subsidized child care budget is $136 million. Now let's talk about the program to eliminate the gap, the PEGs. After 2 rounds of 5% agency cuts through PEGs, the administration canceled the final 5% PEG that had been announced last fall. While some PEGs recognize administrative efficiencies, other PEGs cut programs that provide services to New Yorkers. Certain restorations of previous PEG reductions have occurred, while others remain, and new funding cuts were added. To be specific, libraries are projected to be cut by $24 million in 2024 and $22 million in every year thereafter. Older adult centers are targeted for cuts totaling $19 million in '24 and $2 million in 2025. Despite partial restoration for cultural organizations, some significant cuts remain. $13 million for Cultural Development Fund and Cultural Institutions Group for '24 and $8 million for 2025. Similarly, despite some restorations for programs serving justice-involved individuals, cuts of $32 million in 2025 and $18 million in 2026 also remain. The Department of Sanitation's delayed expansion of the city's composting program currently accounts for planned PEGs of $2.4 million annually in '24 and '25, delaying curbside organic collection in the Bronx and Staten Island from April '24 to October '24. The information technology system and related staffing that currently supports essential parts of the city's procurement process, such as the procurement issuance, RFPs, processing, and invoice payments, is set to be cut by $3.9 million in '24 and $2.5 million every year thereafter. This IT system is critical to vendors that deal with the city, including nonprofit service providers, minority and/or women-owned businesses, and other small businesses. So if we total up these PEGs, including the cuts to early childhood from previous plans, the administration's still planned PEG cuts include $232 million in '24 and $238.9 million in '25. Those are programmatic cuts. That's far smaller than the surplus amounts that the administration and IBO have estimated for the current year. Budgeting practices. As the City Council considers its next steps, IBO notices there are areas of the budget that are notably characterized by a lack of transparency. First of all, over-budgeting. Areas where budget amounts are larger than current spending trends indicate are necessary, yielding savings. So the administration has $55 billion for 2024 in citywide staffing costs in the executive budget. Looking at payroll data, spending on citywide personnel services costs have been far lower than budgeted. Annual personnel service, known as PS, spending, especially towards the end of the fiscal year, is relatively predictable area of the budget. You know who's on payroll and you know when the paychecks happen. IBO estimates that the city's staffing costs are currently over budgeted by $1.2 billion, $789 in city funds, an area of substantial savings. Since May of '23, IBO has estimated lower asylum seeker costs compared with the administration. In the latest update issued last week, IBO estimates $3 billion less in city spending on asylum seekers across 25 and 26. And we'll speak much more about asylum seekers later. Under budgeting, these are areas where there's a trend of adding funds over the course of the year to pay for programs expected to continue. Uniformed agency overtime for police, fire, sanitation, and correction. IBO estimates an additional $605 million in 2025 for personnel services for police, sanitation, and correction. Fire got it right. Those are largely for uniformed overtime. Another example, Carter cases. Carter cases, which are legal, it's an acronym referring to families of students with disabilities enrolling in private schools and seeking tuition payment from the city. If the city can demonstrate that the schools cannot meet, if the families demonstrate the schools cannot meet their need. IBO estimates there is an additional $424 million needed in 2025 for Carter cases. And major changes to the City Fighting Homelessness and Eviction Prevention Supplement Program known as City FEPS. For the first time since it was created in 2019, the administration has included at least $578 million for the program annually, but that's not enough. IBO estimates additional needs of at least $32 million in 2024 and $144 million in 25 to fund current spending levels. And this does not include funds for expansions as per recent council legislation. IBO recognizes that expenditures sometimes come in higher or lower than can be practically foreseen, and therefore mid-year adjustments to the expense budget are necessary. However, other areas which reflect long-standing, well-known programs that are expected to continue are more feasible. Therefore, such expenses should be accurately projected at the onset of the fiscal year. IBO strongly recommends the Council consider pressing the administration to produce more accurate fiscal estimates, especially for long-standing and well-understood programs and costs. Let's talk about the fiscal outlook and the economy. As expected, and 25 have increased substantially over the course of the past 3 financial plans to meet the levels that IBO has consistently projected all year. IBO estimates that the city tax revenue will grow by an annual average of 3%, growing from $73.6 billion in 24 to $85.2 billion in 2028. This growth is expected to be driven by property, personal income, and business income taxes. IBO's tax revenue forecast is based on an economic forecast marked by continued but slower growth. IBO's May 2024 forecast projects that the economy is still on the path to a soft landing, where inflation approaches the Federal Reserve's target level without causing a recession, although on a more delayed time frame than previously expected. However, despite a generally positive macroeconomic outlook, the city's economy is at risk of becoming constrained by the size of the labor force. IBO forecasts the city will add over 91,000 jobs in 24 before gradually moderating in future years as the labor market tightens. Job gains in the leisure and hospitality, professional services, healthcare, and human service sectors will continue to spur the local economy. So in sum, IBO's findings indicate that there are areas where budget savings may enable the council to achieve a balanced budget without fundamentally compromising critical city services. We're happy to answer any questions and provide further details as needed. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all that IBO does, and we appreciate you being here today. I want to dig in a bit on the asylum seeker costs. So, as you mentioned, last week IBO released its revised analysis and estimates of the asylum seeker response spending. The analysis included 3 different cost scenarios and compared them to the administration costs. All 3 of IBO's scenario project costs for FY25 and 26 are considerably lower than what is budgeted for in the executive plan. So could you detail a bit what are IBO's estimates for the cost for the provision of services related to asylum seekers in the planned period? and how much lower than the administration's estimates are your estimates?
I'm going to ask Sarita to take this, please.
Thank you.
Yes, I can walk you through our assumptions and how they compare with the administration's.
Great.
So first, for IBO's higher cost scenario, similar to the administration, we project growth in the population for 2025 and a constant population in 2026. The difference is that our growth rate on the past 6 months that reflects lower census population. So one key driver of the difference is that the administration is projecting a summer surge similar to what was seen last summer. We've been speaking with providers on the ground that indicated that that surge last year began by the end of the spring, so by this point already, and they have not seen such a surge beginning. So that is the basis for our lower projection of the growth in 2025. For the middle cost scenario, which is what we use in our gap estimate, that additionally factors in a decline in the adult population due to the exit policies that have been put in place. And then our lower cost scenario, additionally, in addition to the adult population declining, projects a smaller decline in the family population due to the exit policies.
So, could you tell us which of the assumptions that the administration is currently making regarding the costs related to the asylum seekers that IBO takes the most issue with?
So for this particular exercise, we focused on the population projections as opposed to varying the per diem or the per household daily rate. We opted to focus on the population because we saw that the administration through the PEGs have reflected lower per diem rates. And so that's what we focused on in particular. So I think it hinges on whether or not we'll see an increase over the summer.
And IBO's estimate also assessed the negative consequences of the administration's exit policies. Could you walk us through these and their projected fiscal and any other impacts?
Yes, thank you. So the reason why IBO included these negative consequences was more for an illustrative exercise. Since the administration has put forth the exit policies as pure cost savers, speaking with providers on the ground, we wanted to acknowledge the fact that there are some potential negative consequences. And so we provided some estimates up to, roughly $2 billion. But these are not costs in the same way as our other cost projections, as some reflect, for example, opportunity costs. We projected the opportunity cost of missed work authorizations. The Comptroller's report on the 60-day notices documents very clearly, and we've also heard from providers on the ground that receiving mail is very challenging given the exit requirements. And so we use Department of Labor data. The Department of Labor surveyed businesses to ask how many positions could be filled by asylum seekers, and so we use New York City, specifically Department of Labor data, and focused on sectors that were largely minimum wage sectors, and we detailed that also in our methodology. Another area we looked at was the healthcare impacts associated with street homelessness. And so this, we did a lot of research on existing studies, recognizing that there really aren't directly comparable circumstances to what we're experiencing in this particular circumstance. However, we were able to draw on a study from Boston that identified the difference in healthcare costs for a sheltered versus unsheltered population. And so because the city does not track individuals or families after they exit the shelter system. We, used data on the number of exit notices that have been given to estimate, that roughly 1 in 4 may experience street homelessness, and there might be additional healthcare costs associated with that. And then finally, because that federal law allows students to stay in the same school, there could be additional busing costs. So we look and estimated over the course of a year what might be the additional transportation costs for students to continue to attend the same school. So we do also note that these costs may or may not be borne by government entities, but rather are, the impacts might be felt on the larger New York community, whether it be the individuals or businesses or nonprofits that might provide services for asylum seekers.
Thank you. I want to ask about the PS accruals. In your analysis of the executive plan, you found that there's upwards of $800 million in overstated PS costs in FY24 based on year-to-date spending. Could you tell us how you calculated that total?
Yes. So the executive budget currently has $54.9 billion in it for citywide staffing costs. This would average a biweekly payroll of $2.1 billion. We looked at payroll to date as of the May 10th paychecks, and the city had averaged about $1.9 billion per biweekly payroll period. So that's a notable difference. We then added in, there's one-time payments that get made towards the end of the year, so including those, and also with recently enacted raises for city employees kicking in. We took a cautious estimate that there is at least $1.1 billion in personal service costs, of $1.1 billion in underspending, and $1.2 billion in estimated savings. 789 million of that would be city funds. This is a place where there are 4 payroll periods left in the fiscal year, and so looking at spending to date, we know there are savings that already exist. There could be some changes for the end of the year, so that's why we were very cautious and said at minimum, we believe there's at least 800 million in savings here.
And do you have any estimates of how that might carry forward into FY25?
One of the questions for next year is whether a lot of these are vacancies where the city has not yet filled this position or filled it later than it had previously anticipated in the budget. I think next year the question will be looking again at payroll payments as the year progresses, is how quickly any vacancies are filled, and how what gets budgeted then plays out over the course of the year. Certainly, as the year progresses, there is a much clearer picture of savings if to date you have not come anywhere close to what you have put in the budget for the annual total.
In your report, you stated that there are a number of agencies that are under budgeting in the current plan, including in the areas of youth and aging, public safety, social services, homeless services, education, environmental protection, basically everywhere. Can you summarize what specific differences you're estimating in which areas of these agency budgets?
I'll ask Sarah to explain how we estimate this, because I think then it illuminates why we see it across the board.
So one of the things we do at IBO, we call these re-estimates or repricings. We look at city agency budgets and look at historical spending, whether there's any policy changes that we believe will change how much a program or a service will cost current spending trends, and we use that to calculate how much we think continuing an existing program at a similar size, if there's an announced expansion, how much this will cost. And then we compare that total amount against what is in the budget. There are several places that IBO has identified where either costs are, we believe, are higher or lower than what is in the budget. So the citywide staffing is an area where, in looking at how much we've spent to date and what's left in the year, we believe that there is savings to be had relative to what's in the budget. Other areas, such as housing vouchers, the City FAPS program, we're looking at the historical to date cost of and plan to spend this year, and then look at the future years and see that in the administration's budget, there is much lower spending anticipated. Because the vouchers carry through multiple years, it is unlikely that the cost this year is going to be, that the cost next year will be less than the cost this year.
Got it. Okay, I want to turn to my colleagues for a few questions, and I'll have a few more questions from Councilmember Brewer, followed by Williams.
Thank you very much for a very clear, practical analysis. Maybe you could be head of OMB. That would be very nice. My question is something that I keep asking, which is what, I think in the past you've given us $2.1 billion in terms of uncollected funds, and I'm just wondering if that's something that you think about in terms of the future. Are there some of those funds in the future that could be collected? It's a big number.
Councilman, thank you for your question. We anticipated this, and Sarah's going to give you the details.
Thank you.
So at your request, last year IBO released a publication where we looked at uncollected fees and fines, particularly in the areas of parking and camera, motor vehicle violations, lienable property charges, and penalties that go through the Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings, OATH, and that's the city's civil courts. As you mentioned, we found about $2.1 billion in fines and fees that had been charged but not yet collected, and that's dating back to 2017. IBO has not updated that number yet, but certainly this is an area where the city is due money that it is not collecting. There is always a question on how much more enforcement will yield actual collections. So that's an open-ended question. And in terms of our forecast, right now, because enforcement and rules around this have not shifted, what the city historically has as uncollected receivables, we don't reprice that.
Okay, thank you. The other question is just, I know you mentioned this, but what do you think are some of the biggest risks to the current and next year's budget? And you mentioned them some in your testimony. I just didn't know if you could elaborate on that question. Risks, generally.
So the city is currently in sound financial shape. Ongoing cautious management to address the gaps in the out year, but again, if one looks at those in historical context, they are gaps that can be surmounted with cautious fiscal management. We also do highlight the city's practices of not accurately budgeting within the year. And we recognize that programs change. That's why there are multiple budget actions during a year. The challenge is the scale of dollars of change, so that we are concerned that this inherently could present a risk. And we're not alone in that concern. I know you will hear very similar concerns, both from the Comptroller and other entities that are fiscal watchdogs. But in general, I think our assessment is that the city is in sound shape and requires cautious management to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Ready to add one thing?
I did want to just add one area we mentioned briefly, and Louisa mentioned in the testimony, was the Department of Education. We mentioned several programs. One thing that we didn't mention that we are watching out for are the potential reductions to school budgets because the previous funding was partially filled with the federal COVID aid, and that has not yet been put in place for next year. And given the enrollment declines, that's something that we are watching out for when the preliminary school budgets come out.
Are you also watching out for the Carter cases? Is that something that you're focused on?
Yes, for sure. So we do estimate additional need for Carter cases for next year of $424 million.
Okay, do you see any way to lower that number? Obviously, my suggestion would be build schools that address the needs of parents and students. Am I missing something?
Yeah, another area that is also been historically federally funded is the expansion of special ed pre-K, and I think that is another area that could potentially stem the number of Carter cases that the city faces.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Williams.
Thank you. Hi. Because you project gaps in the out years, and I know you've been asked this question a few times, but what do you think we can do now to adjust for the projected gaps? Because I think a lot of times in the council and the mayor's administration, we're like, oh, we have surplus, we have money, so we should fund everything, and there should be no pegs. But just wondering, as a non-budget expert, shouldn't we also look at what's happening now if we're already projecting gaps in the out years to adjust for whatever gaps might exist the next couple of years?
Thank you for that question. So the answer lies in rainy day funds and prepayment, and I'm going to ask Sarah to give further details.
So one of the things the city is required to do is have a balanced budget in the current year and next year. So in this executive budget, the administration has to present a budget that is zeroed out for 2024 and a budget that is zeroed out for 2025. How do they get there? Well, they're anticipating a surplus, and they have that at $3.9 billion this year. In order to get to that zero bottom line, they say, we're going to take this money and prepay expenses for next year. And so that $3.9 billion of extra money this year, we spend in advance of things that we know we will incur next year, and that gets us to zero. That also lowers the amount of money we need next year for the budget by the same amount. They only show this sort of prepayment exercise from this year to next year. So when we have this conversation next year, if there's a surplus, there will newly be money being rolled into 2025. We don't know how large that surplus is right now. IBO projected it to be about $1.1 billion. As the year progresses, we have more information. It might go up or down. But one of the things to keep in mind is this concept of the prepayment, where we have any surplus gets rolled into the following year. But we only do that as a budgeting practice in the city for 2024 and 2025. That prepayment, if we have a surplus next year, will help reduce a deficit if there is one, and we have to get to a balanced budget for 2026.
Was there any prepayment funds for this fiscal year that were calculated?
There was. We had about 5.5 billion. Billion.
Okay. The other question.
That's the budget. It's called budget stabilization and discretionary transfers.
Okay, and that would be prepayment funds.
It's money that we use to help cover costs for this year from previous years.
Okay. So while the administration rescinded the call for an executive plan PEG and restored some PEGs from prior plans, they continue to implement earlier round PEGs even though there is a current year surplus. Does IBO see these PEGs as necessary to the fiscal health of the city?
They are a policy choice by the administration. They are not required for the stability of the city's fiscal health.
Okay, and I had one more question. In your report on the executive plan, you state that there are a number of agencies that are under budgeted in the current plan, including the areas of youth and aging, public safety, social services and homeless services, education, and environmental protection and sanitation. Can you summarize what specific differences you are estimating and in which areas of these agency budgets?
Let's have Sarita start with social services.
Sure. So as we mentioned, the budget for the City FEHEP's housing voucher program is an area that, despite the funds that the administration has added, as we mentioned, for the first time, significant funding for future years, IBO still projects the need for about $144 million in the current year, and then an additional, $32 million for 2024, and then $816 million, bringing the total budget up to $816 million, and that's just to keep the existing funding level. We also outlined several areas within the Department of Education.
Sorry, one question. Do you share in OMB's estimation around city FEPs? What is did you do like a different cost analysis on the city FEPs and its impact? And if so, was it around the same $860 million, or was it different?
So this is basically assuming, this assumes a similar level of expenditure as last year. So in particular, so for 2024, we looked at how the total spending as of the executive budget compared with the total spending at the adopted budget, and sort of assumed a similar growth in expenditures between executive and adopted budgets to get to the total $816 million that I mentioned. And then, as I mentioned, the Department of Education, there are several areas where we project additional funds will be needed. I mentioned Carter cases already, as well as the gap for federal stimulus funded programs. So assuming that these programs, such as 3K and pre-K, and mental health support staff will be needed and continue in the future. We project additional funds will be needed of $187 million in 2025 and $505 million annually after to fund those needs. In addition, there are other areas within the Department of Education where we estimate need, in particular, funds needed to meet the state class size mandate that are being phased in, as well as less than anticipated Medicaid revenue, which has been a continual issue for the Department of Education. And I think that basically covers the largest items within education.
I think we'd be happy to talk with you in detail because there are many different reductions, but I think one of the points that we wanted to stress was that at times fiscal sums in relationship to the size of the budget have been removed through the PEG process, which seem relatively small but have really large impact on people. And so it's a disproportionate impact in legal services, in senior services, in the consistent funding of early learn services. And so while the dollar sums may not be overly large, the consequences to people no longer having access to those services can be pretty intense. Detail.
Yeah, thank you, because I know we didn't talk about like sanitation, and I know in your report you mentioned the need potentially for more funds for uniformed public service workers. So yeah, just wanted to understand that a little bit more. Thank you.
For sanitation, we have both increases in expected overtime costs, and that's just through the cycle of doing business over the course of a year. And one of the other areas that we did an adjustment to the budget is the cost for waste export contracts, which tend to go up year after year.
Nan likes to read spreadsheets on the beach. Just a couple of questions generally. What do you feel are the biggest risks to the current and next year's budget?
I'm going to start with the city's economy overall. Our economic forecast is predicated on the notion of a soft landing, where the inflation approaches the Federal Reserve's target level without triggering a recession. This is something we have been building our forecast around for several plan cycles now. There has been stubborn inflation, and so this is still a risk and a question to how exactly the Federal Reserve is navigating this, and also what it means for interest rates. So that's one thing that I will just say for revenue forecasts. Things like the real estate market, the buying and selling is very sensitive to fixed mortgage rates. Another area is the personal income tax and how it relates to the pass-through entity tax program, PTET, is something that is a fairly new program created by New York State to work around the cap on state and local tax deductions that the federal government enacted. And that's, being a fairly new program, makes it slightly murkier to predict how personal income taxes are coming in. This past April, we saw really strong refunds on personal income tax and also lower withholdings or lower quarterly estimated payments. So on the revenue side and the sort of economy side, those are two risks I'd like to highlight.
I think I'm going to echo something the Comptroller said. And so I think in some ways the largest challenge to the city is the affordability to stay in the city. And that we see pressure on the employment market, and that is partially the need for people being in the workforce, and that is the ability to remain in New York City to be part of the workforce. So that is not currently in our, or not explicitly studied in these reports, but overarching, for the welfare of the city, for the stability of the city, the need to have many different people's ability to stay here and arrive here.
And I would just also add one other area of risk is the nonprofit sector, and I think it's been pretty well documented how late the city has been in terms of payment for providers, and from what we're hearing, that's also impacting, for example, ability to house asylum seekers, especially with the city's called for a shift towards more nonprofit providers providing those services. The pressure on the nonprofit community, particularly in other areas of the budget that they're also providing these human services, is a real issue. And as we noted in testimony, the system that manages both the RFP processing and the payments to nonprofit providers is also being cut, and so that could also have a compounding impact on this provider community.
Does IBO think that any of these pegs were necessary?
They are a policy choice. They are not necessary for the stability of the city's fiscal health.
Okay. I really appreciate all that you guys do all year round, and appreciate your testimony today. Thanks for helping us out. Thanks for putting out independent analysis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a break. We will hear from Department of Finance at 12:30, but we'll take a break until then. Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the third portion of the final day of executive budget hearings. I'm Councilmember Brannan, Chair of the Committee on Finance. I want to welcome Commissioner Nyblack and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. My questions today will largely focus on enforcement against the unlicensed marijuana dispensaries, the Office of the Taxpayer Advocate, and audit revenues. I'm going to turn it over now to Committee Counsel Mike Toomey to swear everybody in, and we'll get started.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Niblack?
I do.
First Deputy Commissioner Scheer?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner James?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Brannan, members of the committee, member of the committee, and members of the council. My name is Preston Niblack, and I'm the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Finance. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm joined by the department's first Deputy Commissioner, Jeff Scheer, and our Chief Financial Officer and Deputy Commissioner for Administration, Jackie James. I'm grateful for their presence and support today and every day. When I testified before the committee back in March, I told you about some of DOF's most important recent accomplishments, including the redesign of our website, our new online property information portal, renewed engagement with tax practitioners, and a record number of outreach events related to the annual notice of property value. I'm pleased to share additional good news resulting from our legislative efforts at the state level. The state budget included two items that we had actively supported. First, enhancing our ability to prevent, prosecute, and rectify deed fraud, and second, giving us the authority to inspect, fine, and close illicit cannabis shops. As you know, Sheriff Miranda is leading a multi-agency enforcement action to shut down illegal cannabis shops across the 5 boroughs. Operation Padlock to Protect has hit the ground running. In its first few weeks, the operation has already sealed 175 stores. These are priorities for the Adams administration, and their achievement will mean a safer New York for everyone. Turning briefly to our budget for the coming year, the department's fiscal year 2025 budget is $347.1 million, up $6.1 million from the adopted fiscal year 2024 budget. This increase is largely due to the implementation of collective bargaining increases. The budget includes $191.1 million in personal services funding to support the authorized headcount of 1,983. This year's proposed budget will allow us to continue the great work the entire DOF team has been doing, as well as to take on new initiatives led by this administration. Customer service remains the Department of Finance's primary focus. Perhaps no agency in city government serves the public in as many ways as we do. If you own a home, start a business, or get a parking ticket, you are or soon will be a Department of Finance customer. We're responsible for collecting the revenue that makes the city run, excuse me, and we are committed to doing so in a friendly and professional manner. So I'd like to highlight 3 customer service initiatives that will deliver concrete results in fiscal year 2025. First, we've modernized our business tax and collection system to make it easier for people to pay what they owe and get help when they need it. Customers can now enroll in payment plans for ECB and parking violations debt online, as well as sign up for automatic payment deductions, which should help people stay current with their payment plans. To supplement the new system and provide more options for customers, we've deployed a chatbot for business tax, environmental control board, and parking debt in our e-services portal. Our users started taking advantage of the chatbot, who we call Linda, right away. Linda helps customers find what they need, which in turn reduces calls to the collection division, leading to better and faster customer service. The second item I would like to highlight is a suite of improvements in the area of property tax exemptions. As you know, the Department of Finance administers personal tax exemptions that significantly reduce the cost of housing for vulnerable New Yorkers. These include the senior citizen homeowners exemption and disabled homeowners exemption, which serve nearly 51,000 and 2,600 residents respectively. Additionally, the rent freeze program serves nearly 61,000 households, with nearly 50,000 receiving the senior citizen rent increase exemption, SCRE, and 11,000 receiving the disability rent increase exemption, DRE. We are continuously seeking to help New Yorkers apply and qualify for these benefits. As you'll recall, last year, we got legislation enacted in Albany to greatly simplify the income definition used to determine eligibility for all 4 senior and disabled programs. Beginning last December, we reached out to over 19,000 households to encourage them to apply or reapply. And due to these efforts, 3,200 new property owners will receive senior citizen or disability exemptions in the upcoming tax year. One of our goals this year was that any homeowner who submitted a completed application by the March 15th deadline would see their exemption on their first quarter statement of account in June. By introducing automated processing enhancements and through the hard work of our personal exemptions administration team, I'm pleased to report that we achieved our goal and that every homeowner whose application was approved will see their exemption on their June tax bill. And if I may, I want to take a moment to introduce to you the Personal Exemptions Administration team. These are the people who work every day to make sure that people get their exemptions, to process them, and to make sure that they are done in a timely fashion. The team is led by Assistant Commissioner Pierre DeJean, and if everyone would just stand up for a minute. All of you, everybody. Thank you. They do a terrific job.
Thank you. Thanks for all you do.
They do a terrific job, and I just want to, give them a little public acknowledgement.
I'm sorry your boss dragged you out here.
Otherwise, they would have just, they processed all the exemption applications, so they really have nothing left to do right now. I'll pay for that later. Anyway, the third customer service I'd like to mention is our continued outreach to New Yorkers in all 5 boroughs, led by our Assistant Commissioner Jackie Gold, who's also here. Raise your hand. Our External Affairs team, is Karen here? No, okay, all right. Our External Affairs team continues to reach more New Yorkers in their communities than ever before. This year alone, the DOF Outreach team has conducted or taken part in 226 events, including the Mayor's Town Halls, Council Member District events, and the Mayor's older adult town halls. If you or any of your colleagues are interested in having us attend an event in the district, please let us know and we'll be there. Over the coming year, we will continue to make improvements and lead initiatives to meet our agency mandate. Our work will continue to be guided by the principles of fairness, equity, and respect for our customers. We are making changes in our Parking Violations Bureau to make disputing a ticket easier and fairer for drivers, and we're tackling the problem of tickets issued to motorists whose license plates have been stolen or lost, in part by allowing the Office of the Parking Summons Advocate to represent vehicle owners who receive multiple tickets against lost or stolen plates. We continue to expand digital access to apply for and manage personal exemptions, including the Veterans, Clergy, and STAR programs. And we are moving full steam ahead on what will be a legacy initiative for Mayor Adams and this council, the long-awaited reform of our property tax system. Many of our initiatives will require your support, and we look forward to working with the council on these and other proposals. To conclude, the Department of Finance remains dedicated to delivering top-tier customer service to all New Yorkers. Every time I come here, I struggle to keep my testimony brief, which I'm sure you're appreciative of. But that's because at every monthly check-in I have with our business units, and every weekly memo I get from the divisions, a project is brought to my attention that highlights the team's tireless commitment to improving our interactions with customers and performing our key functions more efficiently and effectively. I wish I had the time to present more of these initiatives and the people behind them to you, but suffice it to say that I am very proud of the agency I represent. I hope your experiences with DOF and those of your constituents reflect our continued dedication. We appreciate your ongoing support and are grateful for your continued collaboration. We welcome always any opportunity to assist with the needs of your constituents. Our door is always open. Thank you for allowing me to testify today, and I'll be happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've been joined by Council Member Wan. I want to talk about the marijuana dispensaries and the Sheriff's Office. The enacted state budget provided the Sheriff with more power to go after illegal marijuana dispensaries, and thus far, I think the Sheriff's been doing an amazing job with catching up on all the illegal shops and padlocking the illegal stores. Could you detail a bit how the DOF will utilize this additional authority to shut down the illegal weed shops?
Yes, of course. So immediately after the first step, immediately after the state budget was enacted, which gave us the additional enforcement authority, was to put in place the emergency regulations. That was done by the heroic efforts of our legal affairs team led by our General Counsel Mike Smilowitz and the Law Department. And that then immediately the Sheriff Miranda and the multi-agency team that he's leading has rolled out operations and is going out, almost every day to inspect and close as many illegal shops as quickly as possible. The teams include personnel from the Sheriff's Office, from the NYPD, from our tax enforcement folks, from DCWP and other agencies as needed. So far, as of this week, we had visited almost 400 locations. They were able to inspect 252 of them and sealed a total of 175. And we'll continue to keep you updated. I know that we have bi-weekly reports that will shortly be due to OCM, which we'll share with you.
And are you still, during the raids, is the Sheriff Department still recovering other illegal contraband besides marijuana, untaxed cigarettes, that kind of stuff, illegal vape stuff?
They are. They're recovering, a lot of these shops were, as you are aware, selling all kinds of products. So we have recovered illegal cannabis at nearly every location we've inspected. But there are, a wide variety of other products besides cannabis, including untaxed cigarettes, vaping products, gummies, et cetera. Lots of other contraband material. We've found weapons. We've found, mushroom, psilocybin products. So there's plenty of stuff out there that we find every time we go out.
What happens to any cash that might be recovered in the raids?
The cash is seized, bagged, entered into evidence, vouchered. The PD has been taking possession of it, and it's we have to keep that careful track of that, obviously, because it's cash. It may belong to someone else, but that's how we.
Okay. Executive plan includes 51 additional headcount for the sheriff electronic monitoring expansion with no associated costs. And the supporting schedule includes the headcount increase of 41 positions. I think the budget code is 9101, 10 positions within budget code 9103. However, these increases also contain increased costs of about $300,000 and $500,000 respectively.
Yep.
Could you tell us why do these increased costs not show up in the executive budget documents?
So the costs that you're referring to, that you just mentioned, the $300,000, $500,000 in those two budget codes, actually reflect baseline funding changes from prior plans, and there's a reversal of one-time budget modification, collective bargaining transfers. They're unrelated to the new headcount. We didn't actually get any funding in this current fiscal year for the new headcount, in large part because hiring deputy sheriffs is a lengthy process, so we don't expect to have many or any perhaps on board by until the beginning of the fiscal year. So we didn't really need funding for that this year, and then we're talking to OMB. Depending upon the pace at which we bring people on, we will revisit with OMB our funding needs at the first quarter mod in November.
The executive plan includes a PEG of $1 million in FY24 related to PS savings. Why did the department take this PEG? Was it instructed by OMB?
Let me turn that over to Deputy Commissioner James to answer.
So it's not a PEG. It is what we do every spring with OMB. We take a look at our accruals and our PS savings, and we decide how much we can take down at that time. So this is just an accrual takedown. It's an annual. It's not associated with any specific title whatsoever.
So what positions or expenses were included in those savings?
It's just the PS accrual. All of our
It's just accruals?
yes, just accruals.
Okay. I wanted to ask about the assessors. I think we're down assessors, and the city hasn't hired assessors in a while, from what I know, at least not to keep up with retirements and attrition. Is the title exempt from the 2-for-1 hiring freeze since it's revenue generating?
It is.
It is, okay. How are we doing on hiring assessors?
Good. We have 125 active assessors right now. There are 33 vacancies. We just learned from DCAS that they're going to establish a new city assessor list probably next month. So at that point, we will start hiring. I know that Deputy Commissioner Shears is eager to fill those slots. So, you know, it's through normal civil service list call process, but as soon as the list is established, we will start.
Okay, the Office of the Taxpayer Advocate. Is DOF in favor of codifying this position?
Let me just start by recognizing the Taxpayer Advocate, Robin Lee, who's here. And the amazing job that Robin does. The Office of the Taxpayer Advocate is, I think, incredibly valuable to New Yorkers. People are increasingly aware of it, increasingly using it. It's also actually valuable to us. As you know, part of their mandate is to review sort of systematic problems in service delivery and to make recommendations to that. And that, you know, those recommendations are to you, but they're to me as well and the department. And that's, you know, the subject of an annual report. And we look at those every year and address them as we are able to. So codified or not, OTA is an extremely valuable part of the Department of Finance that I support, whether it's in law or as an office.
And what's the head count in that office?
Including the Office of the Parking Summons Advocate, which is separate. It was not created legislatively in the same legislation that created the OTA. There are 12 active headcount right now. We have 9 people in OTA and 3 in the Parking Summons Advocate office with 1 vacancy to fill there.
Speaking of the head count at OTA, so is the current budgeted head count, do we think, sufficient to complete all these inquiries?
Yes, I mean, we have seen an uptick of about 18% in cases and inquiries this year, which we, you know, ascribe to a couple of different causes. But so far, they've been keeping up very well. The, you know, cycle time that we watch for closing out cases and inquiries has remained within our targets largely. So they work very hard, and they're very dedicated, and they do amazing work. So they always step up.
According to the OTA annual report, 253 cases in the past 3 years have resulted in cases where no relief could be granted. Of these, 154 were due to law or DOF policy. Could you tell us what specific law or DOF policy were the most common reasons for OTA denying relief?
The most common reasons are related to just missing deadlines, honestly. I mean, there are statutory deadlines for personal exemptions and commercial exemptions that if people miss, there's not really any relief that we can offer. And there are, of course, requirements for applications that if people don't meet, we're unable to approve them or process them. So that's the most common issue, is probably that people simply don't provide us what is needed in order to approve an application.
Okay, I got a couple more, but I want to give my colleagues some time to ask questions. Start with Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. On the smoke shops, my favorite topic. The question I have is, it's good that 175 have been sealed. Do you have some sense if when they go to oath, how long it takes? I think it's supposed to be 5 days.
Yeah.
And then the update and the dollars being paid. I have some experience with these smoke shops, having closed a couple myself under the issue of tobacco and how they pay or don't pay. So just update on the money, basically.
Sorry, and the first question was about the timeline?
Timeline at oath. I think
hearings.
it's supposed to be within 5 days, and I know
Yeah.
they're trying to staff up. This isn't your bailiwick specifically, but we're all interested in trying to get these things to stay closed.
It comes to me, it comes to my desk ultimately, because the ALJ recommendations are recommendations, so they all have to be approved finally, and so I've received a number of them, and we're expecting, you know, that to ramp up fairly quickly. You know, so far it's been going very smoothly. I mean, it's testament to OTA and the law department and everybody's hard work and fast work here that we stood up these processes very quickly, and so far they're running smoothly. The money, you know, we've assessed, I think, about $13.6 million in fines so far. I mean, it's so soon that I can't really give you a number as to how much has been collected.
Okay, 13.6 million in fines, okay. And so far as you know, the 175 have stayed sealed, because in one case, I had one open up again, or a couple of cases.
Yeah. No, they occasionally, you know, I think your staff, the OIB staff actually, you know, told us that the one that was closed on Church Street had the padlock cut, and we went back. So, yeah, I mean, people do occasionally cut the padlocks. We send out people to look at stores that have been closed. The local precinct will send people by to make sure that they're still padlocked.
Okay. I know that the consumer and worker protection, some staff from there has gone to the sheriff. I didn't know how many, and is that permanent or is it on loan?
They are, so the cannabis law amendments that were passed as part of the state budget gave the sheriff the ability to designate staff from other agencies in order to help carry out the inspections and enforcement activity. There are, on any given day, there are 10 to 15 teams with usually five or more members. It's predominantly PD, and I can't tell you off the top of my head how many DCWP inspectors we're using, but it's, you know, it's for as long as we will need to continue this activity at this level of operations.
In terms of parking tickets, this is an around the way kind of question, but the issue is Manhattan does not have a tow pound. Long story, Pier 76, Andrew Cuomo, et cetera. Good to close 76, but no tow pound. So do you get complaints about that? I would like Manhattan to have a tow pound.
Yeah.
And that's not your issue, that's PD, but I would assume that you get complaints. Are there more or less fines and fees because people have to go further, wait longer? I just wanted to know. I'm trying to make a case for a Manhattan tow pound.
Yeah. You know, that's a question really for the PD. We have our own tow pounds that are operated. We don't own them, but they are operated by our vendor who does the booting operations. And those are located, you know, there are several of those around the city. So we don't have the problem.
Okay. In terms of fines and fees not being paid, you know, this is something that I find challenging in terms of why should somebody pay when somebody else doesn't? So my question, of course, in the past, IBO said 2.1 billion. I know they're updating it. So my question to you is, I don't know if it's how much do you pay for collection agencies, what their success rate is, just generally, what do you think the uncollected number is? I don't know, 2.3, 2.2 currently, and what are we doing to try to address the uncollected people?
So there are a number of parts to that question that I want to answer. So the IBO report, as I think we discussed earlier, I took some issue with.
Yes.
In part because they were reporting, we have a 90% resolution on parking debt within the 3 years of issuance. So we, you know, to measure the resolution rate or the collection rate in less than 3 years is going to overstate the extent to which we don't collect. If you look at calendar year 2022 collections now, the percent unpaid is 9%, which is consistent with what we have done historically. So I think we do a great job at collections. Part of the process includes a referral to outside collection agencies. We have 3 collection agencies for each type of debt, so parking, business taxes, and ECB. Deputy Commissioner James can tell you hopefully how much the contract is for those. Okay, maybe not. We'll get back to you.
I would like to know, thank you.
But they work on a commission. You know, it's an RFP process. We work on a commission, and actually, First Deputy Commissioner Scheer knows the answer.
I don't know.
Never mind.
Well, I do. The commission rates run somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 to 10%. We can get back to you with the precise numbers, but that is how we reimburse them. So if they don't collect anything, they don't get paid anything.
Okay. So the process is we work it internally for 6 months, then it gets typically. If it's a large dollar amount, we'll refer it to our collections division and our legal affairs collections unit and our legal affairs division, who will then, they can execute, you know, they can levy bank accounts. They can do executions with the marshals. For smaller dollar amounts, it gets referred to sequentially the 3 collection agencies for that particular type, 6 months each. Whatever's left at the end of that period kind of goes into, you know, the to be visited one day sleepy box. It is, after 2 years of collection attempts, you know, the probability that we're going to collect goes down fairly substantially. So I think compared to other jurisdictions and compared to private efforts, we do a great job, frankly, at collection. There's always going to be a residual amount that is uncollectible, essentially. And I think that's, you know, what IBO is measuring there is some measure of that, you know, uncollectible.
Are there some agencies, not their fault because they're not in charge, but are there some agents, I don't know, that are more likely or less likely to be collected than others? And IBO doesn't measure all the different agencies either.
Yeah. You know, I'd have to come back to you on that. I don't know, you know, sort of the agency by agency type, but I'd say parking we do very well. Business taxes usually are higher dollar amounts. It's a little bit more variable, but ECB can be hard. We have some things that we put in, some steps that we put in place. So now, for example, if you have a city contract and you have outstanding ECB violations, your payment's going to be held up until you resolve those. So the collections team has been very innovative in trying to make sure that we are pursuing collections as much as we can.
Okay. If there is, in some point in the future, a lien sale with very limited people involved for all the obvious reasons, do you know how much could be collected as a result of a lien sale that didn't include people who own their home, et cetera?
Are you asking about non-property taxes?
Yeah, property taxes.
Yeah, the amounts, so the amounts that are currently lienable are, that are not property tax or water and sewer are HPD, Alternative Enforcement Program or Emergency Repair Program charges. It's a very small amount in terms of the overall amount that goes into the lien sale pool usually.
Okay. No, I was talking about the lien sale in jail in general because we've been talking about this bill that hasn't appeared yet. But I was wondering, I know in the past you made some suggestions about a lien sale, obviously limited. And I just didn't know what you think in today's world, what that might produce if there is a limited lien sale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. We'd have to kind of look at it, and I don't have an answer off the top of my head.
And then finally, thank you to Rita Jen for all that she does for us in our constituent world. Thank you, Rita. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. One of the best hires we made is Rita Jen, if for no other reason than I don't have to answer your phone calls directly, Councilman.
Exactly.
No, I'm kidding.
And she's from the Upper West Side also.
Rita's been terrific. She works, you know, tirelessly on behalf of members to address constituent issues.
She does. Thank you.
Okay, we have questions of Councilmember Brooks Powers on Zoom. We've also been joined by Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. First, I'd like to thank you and your team for coming out to my district, not one, two, but 3 times to talk about the tax rebate programs with our seniors and our taxpayers. So I wanted to start with that. Next, I wanted to understand if there was ever any thinking around doing like a parking ticket amnesty. Recently there was a huge blitz done in my district where like on one block, I would say a good portion of the block had boots on their cars, and we have been getting some outreach from constituents that may not have enough to pay the full amount, like in terms of the penalty, but they can pay, they can try and pull together the money to pay the actual initial penalty amount.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering if, because my understanding is years ago there may have been an amnesty program that was a parking ticket amnesty, if through that the city was able to quickly collect money that was outstanding. And then with the speed camera revenue, I know that the Department of Transportation has been moving around cameras to in their words, help make the roads safer. But I get a lot of incoming from the community and the public feeling that it is overzealous in certain communities versus others. So I'm curious in terms of the speed camera revenue, where, like, what borough do you see the most revenue being generated? And what are the top 5 districts, council districts, that bring in the most revenue? And then my last question is regarding the stipulated fine, where you and I have spoken about in the past. I wanted to know, when was the last time that program had been modified? And is there a world where we can either get rid of it or adjust it in a sense? Because as I've led into this question, you know, New Yorkers that get tickets are responsible for paying their tickets for each and every ticket that they get. But they don't get to group in their tickets and pay a discounted rate as opposed to those that are in the stipulated fine program. So I would like to understand that as well.
Got it. Let me start by saying we'll come out as many times as you like. With respect to an amnesty, parking ticket amnesty, you know, as I mentioned earlier, the resolution rate on parking tickets is 90%. So, you know, I'm not sure that a parking ticket amnesty would necessarily, from a revenue perspective, bring in additional revenue for the city, and in fact could cost us revenue. The penalties themselves are imposed over a 90-day period.
Yes.
You know, in increments. So to the extent that people delay paying their tickets, they'll incur penalties, and then they also start to incur interest, which typically is kind of the more burdensome piece of it, and where we have no statutory authority to waive that. So if a wanted to do a parking ticket amnesty, we'd have to go to the state in order to allow us to waive interest, which is typically the larger share of, you know, the amount that is above what the actual face value of the ticket is. We have put
Really
in,
quickly on that, Commissioner, is there a world where we could work with you to petition that to the state? And I only ask because I'm not talking about folks that make enough money that they could have, should have, would have paid their tickets, but an example is a constituent of mine who, you know, I see her all the time volunteering, working in a community. She doesn't make a lot of money, and they towed her car and then gave her, I think, 48 hours to be able to, I think, pay $5,000, which she absolutely didn't have, or her car would be auctioned with all of her possessions that was inside of it, which is a major setback for someone who is, that I witnessed trying to really pull her life together and do what she needs to do to keep a roof over her head. So, you know, in moments like that, it's like, what can we do for our constituents? How can we help them that way?
Yeah. You know, anybody who has their car booted can enter into a payment plan, and the number that is, and the website that is on the sticker that's on a booted car, you can contact the vendor directly. They will enter you into a payment plan, and you know, you don't have to pay the whole amount up front. You can pay 20% typically up front. There are hardship exceptions as well. So that's really our, you know, I think.
But she was towed. They towed her. They first booted her, but then they towed her.
I mean, it's still true. I can't speak to the specifics of of what you said about the auction. You know, there's typically 48 hours, I guess, between the time a boot is placed and the time the car can be towed. So it is, you know, it's possible that a booted car will be towed if it sits for that long. But a payment plan is always possible. The best course of action, I think, for someone who finds themselves kind of in a situation like that is for them to contact the Office of the Parking Summons Advocate. And they will usually be able to help people and put a hold on any further enforcement or until the situation can be resolved.
No, that's helpful to know. We'll make
Okay.
sure we get some information from your office on that.
Yep.
I would also be mindful of some of the tow companies that are being partnered with the city, because there are some that I've gotten complaints have predatory practices. The one that she was told with, I've heard from multiple sources that they have, demonstrated predatory attributes. So I can talk to you further offline about that.
Yeah, understood. Yes, let's do that. We'll follow up on that. With respect to the speed cameras, we'll get back to you with information about boroughs and districts. And I think, we'll follow up with you on that. And then stipulated fines, you and I have talked about this. The stipulated fine amounts, we agreed a couple of years ago that we would revisit the stipulated fine totals periodically. And we review this data all the time, but what we're looking at is the guilty rate for those same violations when they are adjudicated. So, the stipulated fine program, essentially the company that's participating waives their right to a hearing and in return pays the rate that corresponds to sort of the guilty rate for tickets that are heard. There are exclusions for safety violations, so there's no stipulated fine for parking in a bus lane, for parking in front of a fire hydrant, parking in a bike lane. Those tickets you have to adjudicate or pay. They're not part of the stipulated fine program. So we looked at this most recently. We decided not to make it. We didn't see anything that needed significant change based on the guilty rates. And there was, so we have not made any changes in the past year or so, I guess. But we do revisit it regularly, and we also have worked with the council over the years to sort of look at what are the violations that you would not want to see part of the program, where you want to indicate to respondents that this is a more serious violation and we're not going to include it in the stipulated fine program.
I would love to work with you on that as well, because I would like to see some, at a minimum, modifications made to that program, because I think it would also help to, one, either make the acts of the violators do better, or at least bring in revenue and hold folks accountable. So I would like to speak more offline with you about that. Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask a question about and what DOF's involvement is in the fake plates and the fake plate crackdowns. Do you have a running tally of how much money we project we've lost? What I saw it's coming in today. I saw it looked like they were preparing to do another crackdown by the Battery Tunnel, which is great to see. Do we have numbers on that?
I don't have numbers with me today, but we can follow up with you. But just to enumerate a couple of the things that we've been doing, I mean, this has really become a big issue more recently in the last couple of years. And some of the things that we've done, first of all, now when people come in and people will come in and they come in multiple times because the person who's using their plate, for example, is getting multiple tickets because they know they're going to have to pay. We now flag that, and so that the ALJ, if there's a hearing, can see that has been flagged as a plate that's been being misused because it's been lost or stolen. We've also now got we're going to let the Parking Summons Advocate, we're going to let customers who've gotten tickets give their consent to the Parking Summons Advocate, and then we will automatically file a dispute on those tickets on their behalf. So they don't have to keep coming back in and submitting multiple times and having hearings until we can track down the vehicle itself. We now look for these plates. We've got the plates flagged, so they're now sort of in the sheriff's office cars, license plate readers, to look for them. And we've been doing, regular crackdowns, in the Queens Midtown, Battery Tunnel, et cetera, to look for those. And that's part of, they usually are looking for commercial motor vehicle tax debtors, but now we've started looking more aggressively also for flagged ghost plates.
Great. Councilmember Ressler.
Great. Thank you very much. Commissioner, good to see you and team. I wanted to talk about property taxes. And I think it is maddening that when we have a building, co-op or condo, that to determine the property taxes for that building, we don't analyze the sales of that property. We look at rentals, comparable rentals in the area. I know that's a factor of state law, as I understand it. You all can correct me. I don't think that makes any sense, and I do hope that at some point this administration and all of the good people in Albany will take this issue seriously. I think the recommendations that were made a couple years ago were generally prudent. But in my district, which much of it is a wealthy gentrified district, we have middle-income co-ops and condos, and they get absolutely screwed in this process because the comps that they're compared to are all luxury rentals. And we bring this to the Department of Finance time and again over many years. If you want to talk about 111 Hicks, which we've talked about before, or 75 Henry, a former Mitchell-Lama building, these are not luxury buildings. All of the condos in South Williamsburg that are predominantly inhabited by the Hasidic Jewish community there, they are compared to luxury rentals. And I don't understand why the Department of Finance cannot fine-tune their algorithm to create a more fair and equitable process for the taxes that people are paying. And the reason I want to underscore this point so sharply, is that I have public servants, retirees, people who don't have a penny of mortgage on their property at 75 Hicks, 111, at 75 Henry or 111 Hicks, that can no longer afford the maintenance, that have to move out from their apartments because the maintenance has grown up entirely as a result of property taxes. So we are forcing people out of our community because in moderate income co-ops and condos, property taxes are going up so much that they can't continue to live in my district anymore. And I don't ever get a good answer. Ever. You're not the first commissioner that I've asked questions on about this. There are deputy commissioners that I've asked questions about over years. Some of them are sitting here. I've never gotten a good answer. And I'm hot red mad about it because my constituents get screwed. Is there anything that we can do? Is there any confidence that you can give us that this Department of Finance is actually trying to level the playing field for moderate and middle income co-op and condo owners who are getting forced out of my community?
I think the one thing that I can say that previous commissioners have not been able to say is that we now have draft legislation that we've been working on with the law department that will reform the property tax system along the lines of the advisory commission's recommendations. And that is
state legislation.
Huh?
State legislation.
State, yes, it has to be state legislation. This is all change to the real property tax law. So it is a complex bill because it's a complex system, so we expect later this summer to be able to start briefing elected officials on the proposal and have enough detail to be able to answer your questions about it when we start digging into the fine print of it. But to sort of look at the bigger picture question here that you're raising, the proposal, the advisory commission's recommendation was to take co-ops and condos, merge them into the same residential property tax class as class 1 currently, and value them all by a comparable sales method.
Yes.
We're all...
You support that?
Absolutely, we
Great.
support it.
But the thing that I want to, and I appreciate that you're working on a legislative solution in Albany. That's, of course, how the issue is most comprehensively addressed. But in the interim, when we ask for information about how are you looking at these comps, why are you comparing this moderate income co-op of retirees and civil servants that are getting forced out of the community to the luxury apartments in the neighborhood, we're told that your formula is proprietary, you can share no information with us, and we're really sorry. And I don't understand how I'm expected to go back to my constituents and say, the Department of Finance will provide no information, no insight, it's an opaque black box of a process, and it's somehow fair? Like, people are losing their homes. People are being forced out of my community because of how you compare which rentals you select, and why can we not receive assurances that there are modifications being made in the formula so that we're actually comparing moderate income co-ops and condos to like buildings that don't have fancy amenities, that aren't renting. I have apartments in my district that rent for $10,000 and $12,000 and $15,000 a month. Like, it's insane. And that's the kind of stuff we're getting compared against. And people, as a result, see their property taxes increase and get forced out of the community in a building that's a moderate income building. And I get no assurances, and there's no solutions for what you all can do within your algorithm to make it more fair for my constituents and for constituents across all of our districts. This is like the universal thing. So I appreciate the state legislation, but what are we doing today to actually make for a more fair process for these moderate income co-ops and condo owners?
So we do publish on our website the comparables for every co-op and condo building that's assessed. So you can always go look at the comparables that are used. And I know people do it because I've been, hearing about and talking to people and addressing this issue for many years now also. We are always looking at how we can improve what we do, but fundamentally we are somewhat constrained by state law about how we can go about the assessment process here. We look at, I'm happy to sit down with you again and go through sort of all of the factors that go in. It's age, it's comparable size, it's amenities, location, et cetera. I mean, there are a whole bunch of factors that go into how we set the guidelines that are used.
And look, I'm not here advocating for the people who own the $6 million brownstones or whatever it is in my district. That's not what I'm focused on at all. I'm focused on the moderate income co-ops and condos and the people who are being forced out of the community. These are not the buildings with amenities. These are the buildings that had to take the pool out. The St. George doesn't have the pool, right? The St. George, was a luxury hotel back many decades ago. This is a building of low-income people, moderate-income people. There's no fancy amenities in this building. Same is true at 75 Henry. Same is true at every condo in South Williamsburg. And yet, when we look up the comparables that they're compared against, it's the luxury rentals. It's the stuff that Two Trees and others are renting out for gobs and gobs and gobs of money, and it's totally unfair. And so I get that you publish the comps, but what can we do to actually make the algorithm fairer? That's not something that we need state law on. That's something that we need the Department of Finance to actually sharpen their pens and say, we're going to take an equity-oriented approach to help low and moderate income co-op and condo owners be able to continue to live in their homes because their property taxes are unfairly going up.
I think what I'm saying, Councilmember, is that our pens are sharp and we are constrained in what we can do. So we're not always able to go further than what we already do in terms of modifying how we assess properties. Any owner, any building owner, any property owner can go to the Tax Commission. They can file a request for review with us, and the Tax Commission will look at them and decide whether we've done a good job or not. And in many cases, we'll offer some reduction in the assessment. We will. I know exactly which properties you're talking about.
No, we've talked about them.
Yeah, and we'll discuss them again, I'm sure, but we will keep. We're very mindful of the issues. They've been raised with us for years, and we're very mindful of the issues that you're raising. And I think I'm going to say that I think the property team does their best within the constraints of the law to fairly reflect the values of buildings.
I will. The chair has been incredibly gracious in giving me this additional time, and I think it's because he's even more passionate about this issue than I am. So I'll shut up. But I really would welcome the opportunity to meet with you and for you and your team to better explain what are those constraints in the law that don't allow for better comps to be used and better ways for us to create a formula that actually is fair and reasonable, because I don't know what to tell my constituents who've lived in the community for 40 and 50 years who don't have a penny of mortgage that the reason they have to move out is because the property taxes have gone up so much that their maintenance is doubled, tripled in a period of a handful of years. That is awful. These are like members of our community who we cherish and value, and we are creating communities that lack socioeconomic diversity because of the inequities in our property tax system. And I really do think that there are ways that you all could be more aggressive in achieving our shared goals of socioeconomic diversity and equity in our community. So thank you, and look forward to the follow-up.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to say again, the mayor has emphasized that he agrees that the property tax system as it's currently constituted is riddled with inequities, and is not good for communities, it's not good for homeowners, it's not good for New York. And that's our goal with property tax reform. And we hope to be able to get that in front of you shortly and be able to start working on a final proposal to take to Albany.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Yeah, Commissioner, I mean, obviously, you and I have spoken about this a million times, but I think it would be powerful and effective if we had the council and the administration unified and going up to Albany and really getting this done the way we've been talking about doing it forever. I know we say that every year, and then other priorities come up, but I think it might be easier for Albany if it's not an election year for them next year. But I think we know what needs to be done. I think we should join hands and try to get up there and do it.
I 100% agree. You know, if we go to Albany, I think together as an administration and council, we will see progress this year in a way that we haven't been able to achieve in the past.
Okay, Councilmember Narcisse.
Oh, I was just putting myself together. Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair. I'm not so sure. I was not here, and I could not hear everything when I was coming. But one of the things, I live in the area that small property owners, though we're talking about mostly my district, actually, because I start from Canarsie, Flatland, Georgetown, Bergen Beach, Millbase, and Milan, and Marine Park, Garrison Beach, and Shipshead Bay. So we have those kind of property taxes that killing, especially the retiree, that's on fixed income. And assessment of those homes have not been done. I've been trying myself to bring finance, and thank you, because I've been bringing the team to try to help the people in my community. But what I have seen that is the gap. Like, you can have a house in Canarsie, you're paying taxes much more than somebody that have, I'm sure, I hope you didn't hear that before, that I'm not repeating it, and you have to answer over and over. But the gap is so wide. Like, you can have somebody that have a property that is cost much less, and they're paying more taxes, while you have someone that have $1 million, $2 million home paying less. And the assessment isn't being done, and the awareness is not being there. So therefore, it's forced a lot of home being in foreclosure, and especially when you're talking about the Black and brown communities. So what are you doing in your capacity to try kind of mitigate that, to make sure that New Yorkers that work so hard, that invest in the New York City area, not forced to be out?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate very much what you're saying, and we're very aware of it. This issue is really at the core of the property tax reform that the mayor is, mayor's proposal will account for. This problem primarily derives from the caps on assessed value growth, which means that in gentrifying districts or districts that are growing at a faster, where market values are growing at a faster rate, they're going to pay lower tax rate, effective tax rates. They're going to pay the same nominal tax rate, but lower effective tax rates than people who may have lived in their same home in Canarsie or another neighborhood for a long time. And that's fundamentally unfair. And in order to fix it systematically, we're going to want to, we're planning to pursue reform that will essentially fix that problem and tax everybody, based on their sales-based market value, so that they are fair levels of taxation. Another dimension of the tax reform proposal that we're going to pursue is, there are two benefits. One is a homestead exemption, which exempts a portion of the home from tax, so that lowers the tax rate on lower value homes, and also a circuit breaker, which puts a cap on how much of your income you pay towards property taxes. That, to me, is one of the most crucial and important components that will help create equity, and especially address the issue of people whose tax burdens, who are on fixed incomes or low incomes, and whose tax burdens are rising faster than they can pay them. And I think that's that's missing right now in our property tax system, and it's something that we want to include. We plan to include in our reform proposal.
Does it sound like it's just music to my ears? Because I'm very concerned about the communities that invested so much in the city of New York, and as you get older, you're being actually pushed out. Those are the a remedy that will actually help us to get the seniors to hold their home in the community that they work so hard for.
And I'll just add, council member, I'm sure you know about Senior Citizen Homeowner Exemptions Program, but we are more than happy to assist your office with any outreach events or any other way that we can help make sure that people who are eligible for that program get enrolled. So please feel free to contact us anytime, and we'll try and be helpful there.
Yeah, your office has been helpful, that in all honesty.
Glad to hear it.
It's just those things that we need to address that is not to their preview to actually do those things, but if we put it from the leadership, we actually can help people to stay in their home.
Yep.
They can only do as much as they can do that allowed to, but those we spoke about, those are the things that will help out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Narcisse. I'm going to talk about audit revenues. So the executive plan includes an additional $100 million of audit revenue for FY24, raising expected audit collections from for FY24 to $847 million. It's an indication for us that the audit revenue projections in the preliminary plan were underestimated after all. Can you give us a little more detail on the audit revenue projections for the remaining time left in FY24 and what's changed between prelim and exec that drove it up?
So far this year, we've collected in the first 8 months of the year, we collected $754 million. You may recall, I'm sure you'll recall that last year we had one settlement that was for $450 million, roughly, give or take a few tens of millions. That by itself obviously swung the number substantially. There's always a degree of uncertainty about the cases that we've got, how big the settlements might be, when we will reach a settlement. So we don't know for sure exactly. We have very low confidence, let me put it that way, in our estimate at the beginning of the year. Mm-hmm. And it's only as the year goes on that we sort of have a better picture of what the audit revenues are going to look like. We know the cases that we've got in the pipeline. We know, Tanisha, don't interrupt the chair, please. All right. We know how many cases we've got in the pipeline, what the magnitude of the settlements is likely to be, et cetera. So we refine our estimate going forward. We talk to OMB continually about what we expect to see and what we've already collected. So that increase that was reflected of the additional $100 million really reflected sort of our better picture of what we anticipate will be brought in during the remainder of the tax year.
I mean, do you think that hiring more auditors would generate additional revenue for the city?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, as you'll recall, we had a proposal that was approved that allowed us to hire some additional auditors in the expectation that they would bring in some additional revenue. And we are actively hiring them right now. We brought in 25 new auditors with 20 more in the pipeline. And that will still leave us some vacancies, but it'll be a big boost to have those additional auditors in. It takes a little bit of time for them to turn auditors into actual revenue collections, but I expect next year we're going to see the impact of that very clearly.
And one flag that we've heard as far as the assessors is concerned, I think there's a concern that we're sort of cannibalizing the assistant assessors by hiring the assessors off the list. So we need more assessors, but we also don't want to be left with zero assistant assessors. How do we fix that?
So the assistant city assessors, when we hire assistant city assessors, it's in the expectation that they will step up to become city tax assessors level 1. So I don't know, Jeff, if you want to elaborate on that but sort of that process, but.
Well, and then part 2 is that when we hope that the list that will be coming out in June, the assessor list will have many of our assistant assessors. So when they are promoted to the assessor title, the intent is to backfill the open assistant assessor lines with new recruits.
Right.
So we're not going to cannibalize. We're going to move up the assistant assessors who have passed the test.
Okay, I think we're good.
Thank you very
Commissioner, your
much.
team, I appreciate all your hard work, and we'll talk soon. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
So we got a break now until 2:30 when we will hear from OMB.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, please find your seats. Please find your seats. Please ensure that all cell phones and electronic devices are placed to silent. Once again, please find your seats, silence your cell phones. We shall resume momentarily. Thank you for your cooperation.
Sergeant, we're ready? Okay. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to the final hearing of the FY25 executive budget hearings. I'm Councilmember Brannan. I chair the Committee on Finance, and I'm pleased to be joined this afternoon by Speaker Adrian Adams. We've also been joined thus far by council members Dinowitz, Schulman, Salam, and Lewis, as well as Stevens and Joseph. I said Lewis. Welcome, Director Jiha and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. But before we go any further, I want to invite Speaker Adams to give her opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Welcome, Director and your team. It's good to see you this afternoon.
Can we get quiet, please, in here?
We're holding today's executive budget hearing, the last for fiscal year 2025. The Mayor's executive budget for fiscal year 2025 is $111.6 billion, an increase of $2.2 billion from the fiscal year 25 preliminary budget. It is also $4.6 billion more than the FY24 adopted budget. Yesterday, the Council unveiled our latest economic and tax forecast, which shows consistent revenue projections that continue to outpace OMB's by $1.1 billion for fiscal years 2024 and 2025. This difference remains even after OMB adjusted its revenues by $2.3 billion for fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 in the executive budget. The $1.1 billion more is unexpected revenue is in addition to other available funds for the city budget, like the $2.25 billion in potential underspending over the current and next fiscal year that the Council identified in its preliminary budget response. The updated forecast provides clarity that the city can, in fact, restore cuts to protect essential services and invest in the needs of New Yorkers. To deliver for our communities and the people who call it home, the budget must support the services that provide solutions to move our city forward. We need to get back to the basics of what makes our city work for families and communities, not take resources away from 3K, libraries, schools, parks, and programs that address mental health, reduce recidivism, and provide essential services. The Council's preliminary budget response put forward a plan for smart investments that meet our current needs and lay the foundation for our future. While the Mayor's executive budget took steps to reverse some cuts, it left far too many cuts in place and inadequate funding for vital programs, which must be addressed in the adopted budget. New Yorkers, from our youngest to our seniors, depend on our cultural institutions, libraries, and parks to maintain meaningful connections to each other, their cultures, and their communities. Our students, like those nationwide, are still recovering from historic levels of learning loss as a result of the pandemic. Their success depends on the city confronting this reality by investing in essential education programming and staff. We must also support working families by investing in early childhood education, turning the system around and expanding access to full-year and full-day seats that families need. And we must support CUNY as a major engine of opportunity and a key pathway for economic mobility for New Yorkers. Now is the time for the city to maintain and strengthen funding for CUNY's essential programming and staff. Our city is facing a dire housing crisis impacting New Yorkers in every neighborhood, underscoring the importance of creating and preserving affordable housing and home ownership. To be successful, we need more capital funding to create a range of affordable housing, especially at the deepest levels, and adequate resources and staffing at city agencies. We must also prioritize the needs of NYCHA residents to ensure they can live in safe, dignified homes. Our city's mental health crisis has been shaped by decades of disinvestment and exacerbated by the pandemic, leaving us without the infrastructure and services to help New Yorkers. Adequate city funding for effective mental health models has not been prioritized to meet the scale of our challenges, but it must be. The city must also invest in community-based safety programs that are proven to reduce recidivism, help crime victims recover, and stop cycles of crime. We can prevent violence and people from slipping into crisis. It requires funding commitments to supportive housing, mental health courts, trauma recovery centers, and other essential interventions. And our seniors, who are the crown jewels of our communities, must be a focus of investments that provide services and support to them. Director Jiha, I hope to hear from you today about the steps OMB is taking to address these critical issues in this budget, because we've spent the past days of budget hearings listening to agency officials and New Yorkers about the immense needs in our city. The money is there. This is now an issue of the will of this administration to serve New Yorkers. Our budget must be a plan to support residents and achieve success as a city together. Thank you very much, and I turn it back over to Chair Brannan.
Thank you, Speaker Adams. Council's tax revenue forecast remains largely the same as our previous forecasts this past February. We project the city will collect a total of $1.1 billion in tax revenue in the current and next fiscal years. It's more than OMB has projected in their April plan, driven by stronger collections in personal income, property, business, and sales taxes. Additionally, we project $1.83 billion greater tax revenue collection in FY26, $2.42 billion in FY27, and $3.76 billion in FY28. The Council sees tax revenue grow at an average of 3.4% annually through the forecast period, which, while trending the right way, remains below the 5.5% annual growth the city saw from fiscal years 2010 to 2019. While the Council does not project a dream economic environment, that's no rationale for aggressive cuts and failing to make use of every resource we have on hand. We have what we need to persevere and preserve neighborhood cornerstones like our parks, libraries, and cultural institutions, as well as to protect essential services like housing, mental health care, and early childhood education, all the things that keep New Yorkers on their feet. The more we invest in our fellow New Yorkers now, the more our city will get back later. I'll have questions today on the personal income tax, the budget stabilization account, city agency headcount, the capital budget, and several issues that came up in our 2 weeks of hearings. And now I'm going to turn it over to Mike Toomey to swear in our witnesses.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to councilmember questions? Director Jacques Jiha?
Yes.
Deputy Director Latanya McKinney?
Yes.
Deputy Director Tara Beauregard?
Yes.
Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Speaker Adams, Chair Brennan, and members of the Finance Committee and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today about the fiscal year 2025 executive budget. I am Jacques Jiha, Director of the New York City Mayor's Office of Management and Budget. I'm joined by Senior Deputy Directors Tara Beauregard and Latanya McKinney. We face unprecedented challenges over this budget cycle, including the need to spend billions of dollars to house, care for asylum seekers with almost no help from the federal government. Federal stimulus dollars that had been used to fund long-term programs are expiring and creating budget cliffs. In the spring of 2022, increasingly large number of asylum seekers began arriving in New York City. By July 1st, 2023, we were housing, feeding, and caring for about 52,000 migrants, and 84,000 had come through our intake system. As of last week, we have 65,800 migrants in our care, and more than 198,500 have gone through our intake system. Our initial cost forecast, which was reflected in the fiscal year 24 adopted budget, was $2.9 billion in fiscal year 24 and $1 billion in fiscal year 25. Amazingly, at that time, many monitors said that our estimates were too high. What we ultimately learned was that they were too low. By midsummer, the data confirmed the alarming trend. Arrivals surged well past our initial estimates, pushing costs significantly above our forecasts. Accordingly, in early August 2023, we announced an update to our cost forecast, increasing it to $4.7 billion in fiscal year 24 and $6.1 billion in fiscal year 25. On top of the $1.4 billion already spent in fiscal year 23, this brought total projected costs to $12.2 billion over just 3 fiscal years. Because we had to reflect the updated forecast in the November financial plan, the fiscal year 25 gap, which was $5 billion and within historic norms at adoption, grew to an astonishing $10 billion. To balance the budget and protect the city's fiscal outlook, we had to act quickly, take matters into our own hands, and make the best use of the limited tools at our disposal. We could not simply hope and pray that federal aid would arrive or that the economy would bail us out. This was a risk we could not afford to take. Accordingly, as I discussed with the council in meetings and at hearings, we made a series of tough but necessary decisions to stabilize the city's finances as early as possible. This included announcing the implementation of 3 5% agency pegs in November, January, and April, and freezing hiring and OTPS spending. Further, the mayor asked us to develop a plan to reduce asylum seekers' expenses, which had grown to an unsustainable level. In response, the administration implemented policies to accelerate exits from the city's care and to reduce household per diem costs. Our goal was to reduce migrant-related expenses by 20% in the preliminary budget and an additional 10% in the executive budget. The measures we took, along with better than expected revenue from a resilient economy, allowed us to keep both fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 balanced and to stabilize the city's fiscal outlook by reducing our out-year gaps to manageable levels. The executive budget highlights the importance of our early planning efforts and reflects the work that we have done throughout the budget cycle to stabilize the city's finances and outlook. Even though we still face challenges ahead, we are in a better place than we were just last fall. The fiscal year 25 budget remains balanced at $111.6 billion. Our year gaps, as I said, are manageable and within historic norms at $5.5 billion in fiscal year 26, $5.5 billion in 27, and $5.7 billion in fiscal year 28. Because we were on stronger ground, the mayor canceled the agency peg in this plan. He also relaxed the hiring and OTPS freezes. However, we still achieved nearly $750 million of additional savings in fiscal year 24 and 25, driven by nearly $600 million in asylum seekers' cost reductions. This brings total migrant-related savings to $2.3 billion over the 2 fiscal years, a nearly 30% reduction, and has reduced the cost forecast to about $10 billion over 3 fiscal years. Total PEG savings over the 2 fiscal years across the November, January, and April plans are a record level of $7.5 billion before accounting for restorations. We also benefited from a resilient economy that has shown tremendous strength despite the Federal Reserve contractionary monetary policies. Between March of 2022 and July of 2023, the Federal Reserve raised its benchmark rate 11 times to slow down the economy and cool inflation. As a result, most economists predicted a recession in the second half of 2023. Instead, the economy grew by 3% in the second half of 2023, resulting in a growth of 2.5% for that year. The stronger economy generated additional tax revenues, which are reflected in the plan. Consequently, in the executive budget, we revised upward our tax revenue forecast by an additional $619 million in fiscal year 24 and $101.7 billion in fiscal year 25. Put simply, because of our prudent management, we have stabilized the city's finances without raising taxes, laying off employees, significantly disrupting services, and drawing down our reserves, which remain at a near record of $8.2 billion. It is important to note that none of this would have been possible if we had relied on revenues alone to bail us out. We had to achieve agency savings and lower migrant costs. As we planned in real time, we also could not make risky bets about the country's economic trajectory. We could not gamble with the city's future. By managing the city's resources efficiently and effectively, we not only freed up resources to fund the migrant crisis and balance the budget, but we also funded many of the critical long-term educational programs that had been supported with expiring federal stimulus. This is a major accomplishment. We can all agree that this program should not vanish because federal tax dollars expire later this year. In this plan, we protected $514 million of stimulus-funded DOE programs. This includes $92 million for the citywide pre-K expansion, $74 million for mental health support in schools, $56 million for special education, 3K, $53 million for pathways, and $41 million for art in school, and so much more. In addition to the operational cliffs that are funded in the preliminary budget, we added $614 million in fiscal year 25 and $540 million annually thereafter to fund the City FEP's voucher program. Achieving a stable fiscal outlook also allows us to restore nearly $80 million in pegs in this plan that were taken earlier in the fiscal year. While important, the restoration we did in the January and April plan represent less than 4% of the saving we achieved over fiscal year 24 and 25 in this cycle. In this plan, we restored the July and October police classes that had been canceled as part of the November PEG. While with the restoration of the April class in January, all 2024 classes are now funded, which puts more officers on the street to protect the public. We also restored funding for the Cultural Development Fund, which distributes grants to more than 1,000 arts groups citywide and the Cultural Institutions Group. Supporting upstream solution to gun violence is an important part of Mayor Adams' strategy to keep the city safe, a safe place to live, work, and raise a family. In this plan, we funded Job Connections, a program that will connect 500 young New Yorkers at risk of gun violence with career readiness and green job placement. We also supported an expansion of the crisis management system and added resources for the Neighborhood Safety Alliance. To further the administration's commitment to early childhood education, we have expanded our outreach efforts to make sure that parents are aware of available 3K and pre-K seats in their communities. We also added funding to increase access to special education pre-K. In support of the mayor's mission to make the city more livable for working class people, The executive budget funds the country's largest medical debt relief program, which will eliminate $2 billion in medical debt for qualified low-income and severely debt-burdened New Yorkers. The plan also includes additional funding for MWBE and community hiring efforts and grants for small business improvement districts and merchant associations in low to moderate income communities. Making the city more livable includes doing our part to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and protect New Yorkers from the impacts of climate change. To help get this done, OMB has launched climate budgeting, making us the first big city in the country to review every investment that we make through a climate lens. This new tool is now embedded in the budget decision-making process and will help make our city cleaner and greener over generations to come. And not only are we leading in the US, but we also have joined an elite group of global cities that have implemented climate budgeting, including London, Mumbai, and Oslo. Before I conclude, it is important to reiterate that we are not out of the woods just yet. The economy is showing signs of weakness. We are already seeing a slowdown in GDP and job growth. Economic growth slowed to 1.6% in the first quarter, and national employment growth has also decelerated to about 175,000 jobs in April from a monthly average of 250,000 in 2023. Similarly, the city employment picture has slowed, with the city losing 1,000 jobs in April. Also, inflation remains stubbornly above the Fed's target rate of 2%. Federal Reserve interest rate policies are likely to remain unchanged in the near term, which will continue to negatively impact residential real estate markets. While commercial office vacancies are expected to peak this year, they are projected to remain high throughout the financial plan. These factors will likely limit property tax revenue growth going forward, which is the city's single largest source of tax revenue. Geopolitical events and potential supply chain disruptions also remain a major risk to the world economy. Further, April tax collections are about $200 million below what is anticipated in the executive budget, largely driven by the growth of personal income tax refund. We are carefully monitoring the situation to see if it is just an anomaly. In summary, we must remain cautious at adoption and beyond, and stay committed to strong fiscal management, which includes a focus on spending control and making the best use of limited taxpayers' dollars. Mindful of these concerns, I look forward to working with the Council to adopt a budget that meets our joint priorities, is fiscally responsible, and keep the city safe and clean and a good place to live, work, and raise a family. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Jihao. We've also been joined by Council Members Hanks and Lee. I'm going to turn it over to Speaker Adams.
Thank you very much, Chair. Director, we thank you for being here once again, and your team. In looking at the asylum seeker response and executive plan pegs, the executive plan includes approximately $586 million of pegs on asylum seeker costs in fiscal years 2024 and 2025 in 7 city agencies. How were these savings calculated, and how much of the savings is the result of the shelter time limits?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the question. The savings basically were achieved by renegotiating contract and by trying to keep the census stabilized. These are the main drivers of its bringing down the per diem costs, and at the same time trying to manage the census. At least right now, he has been stabilized, he has not come down, but which is much better than having it going up.
Okay. Do we know how much of the savings, though, is the result of the shelter time limits at all?
We can't tell, by a single policy alone because so many things impact the savings. But overall, it has been as part of the policy is part of the package of policies that we put in place to basically stabilize the census. So because the census are stabilized, and as a result of the stability of that census, we have generated some savings. It's part of the policy, but we cannot tell you specifically how much of that savings is driven by that particular policy.
Okay, all right. Let's move on and talk about education and early childhood education implementation and PEG restoration. In the November end preliminary plans, the administration took a combined PEG of $170 million to recognize the savings from existing vacant early childhood education seats, citing a vacancy rate of 30% at the time. The Council understands the reason for this decision from a purely fiscal standpoint only, given the realities of the program at the time. The Council's main criticism of the early childhood education program has always been how it was implemented. Our support for 3K and 4K stems from our understanding that these programs form the foundation for students' educational attainment. As I've stated before, if the city were to initiate a robust in-person outreach program in our communities, offer full-day seats to accommodate working parents, and align seats with the needs of our neighborhoods, we would actually have an early childhood education program that reaches the goals that both the administration and this council believe in. When we adopted the fiscal year 2024 budget, the council added $15 million to convert school day seats to full day seats. It was a pilot program, but DOE has stated that it has been a tremendous success. And council members themselves have worked tirelessly to alert their communities to opportunities to access 3K and 4K seats. These efforts were not fruitless. Since the start of the school year, the number of vacancies in ECE seats has decreased by more than 10,000. And we've had a significant number of families that applied to 3K and 4K for the first time this spring, with DOE citing the over 43,000 3K applications as the most they have ever received. Yet we're facing conflicting issues. Some families were still unable to find a seat for their child, while at the same time, other centers have vacancies still available. The administration added $5 million for outreach in the executive plan, and we're hoping to see more funding added by the time we get to adoption. And we're hoping to provide more extended day seats for our working families by that time as well. But more importantly, the council does not want to see real progress stalled. We want to expand 3K and 4K and give every child a guaranteed opportunity. You can understand both my and this council's frustrations because we're pretty much at the same place that we were last year. I don't want to be at this place again next year, dealing with the exact same issues. The administration should not have to take vacancies as a savings option next year because there shouldn't be any vacancies. There are wait lists, there are parents crying out for help to get care for their children. There are young learners with disabilities who are not receiving the services they're legally entitled to. That is why I want the administration to be ambitious. Let's work together in filling our current vacancies and right-sizing our ECE system, starting now. Let's start by expanding the budget, allowing for additional seats, and giving ourselves a goal of achieving universal access within the next few years. Will OMB commit to budgeting additional seats starting next year and into the out years as part of the fiscal year 2025 budget?
Madam Speaker, we are as committed as you are to this program. It's not by accident that you know very well that a big chunk of that program is funded with stimulus dollars. We work very hard to find the resources to backfill those stimulus dollars because we don't want that program to go away. So we are as committed to this program as you are. We are committed to working with you and the council to increase the reach of the program. Currently, we have, as you know, we have about 23,000 empty seats. Okay, and so we're working. We included in the budget about $5 million to do a major outreach in the neighborhoods to work with the council to target the areas where we have those empty seats to make sure that families are fully aware of those seats and take advantage of them. But as you know, in this environment, it's extremely difficult, okay? I cannot give you a guarantee right now that we would add resources, but as I said on many occasions, that if after we do the reallocation of seats, that there is an increasing need for seats, we'll review the seats we'll review the request at that time and make the appropriate adjustment to our budget. Because this is a program that is as important as to you as it is to us. Okay, it's just that the question is the environment that we're in is a very tough environment. It's a difficult environment. As I said, we've managed to stabilize the situation, but we are not yet out of the woods. We have 65,000 people that we have to take care of, you know, in the next year and the year after. Okay, and we always have to remember this. There's 65,000 folks in our care right now that we have to take care of coming here and the year after. So because right now we're not seeing a drop in the population, and we have a lot of other critical programs that require resources right now, okay, that we need to fund. So again, we'll work with you, okay, to do you know, whatever we can to make sure the parents who want a seat can get a seat, okay? We're committed to this, okay? But as I said, when the request comes in, if after the allocation of seats from areas where we have too many seats to those areas where we have a lot of demand, because we have to do a matching of capacity and needs, okay? Once that is completed and we get rid of a lot of the empty seats that we're paying for, we are committed to work with you to address this in the long term.
So what I think I'm hearing, Director, is that OMB is making the commitment to add seats as they're needed throughout the year, but won't budget it in.
Currently, as I said, we need, you know, we have so many programs we're trying to save at the same time. And you know, you have council as priorities, we have priorities, a lot of things, given this financial situation, that, you know, we have to take care of right away. So we cannot commit at this moment in time that we're going to add. But as I said, as we go along, okay, as we do the reallocation of seats, trying to make the system as efficient as we can. If there is an increasing need, we will address it at that time.
What I'd like, Director, is for a greater willingness to work with the council in addressing the operational issues we've had with early childhood education. It's been an issue. Will the administration commit to a formal bi-monthly meeting between the council, City Hall, DOE, and OMB so that we can all work together to solve some of these issues?
I will try definitely to facilitate this kind of meeting with all parties involved, but I will have to discuss with the Chancellor to get you know, feedback from him as well. But we're committed to work with you because it is a very critical program, and we, to the extent that we got input from all the stakeholders, we are all better off.
We think it's really important to do this if we convene a bi-monthly working group meeting between us and the administration with the shared goal of solving the vast administrative and operational issues in the ECE system, and if we add more investments into outreach, creating more extended seats and working with our providers, we really should be able to fill these vacancies. I really don't want our families to be in this position, and I don't want this to be an outstanding budget exercise come November. We don't need a repeat performance.
We are happy to facilitate this meeting, this bi-monthly meeting.
Okay. Let's take a look at children and our youth and ACS Promise NYC. At our budget hearing, ACS proclaimed the success of this program, Promise NYC, since it is one of the only sources of child care for undocumented families. This program was funded $16 million in fiscal year 2024 for approximately 650 slots as part of negotiations last year, and only added for 1 year. Despite the success of this program, the administration did not include these funds for fiscal year 2025 and beyond. In the budget response, the council called on the administration to increase and expand funding for Promise NYC by adding and baselining $25 million to ACS's budget. This additional funding was not included in the executive plan, leaving the future of the program uncertain. If this program is so successful and needed for so many families, what was the reason for not continuing the program?
Madam Speaker, this program is very important, and it's something that is close to my heart. As I said last year, and we worked with you to fund this program, but it was a joint priorities of the administration and the council, and it was funded 1 year at a time. As we get closer to budget adoption, we will have discussion meetings with your folks to discuss what we're going to do about this program going forward.
Do we know whether or not funding will be added for Promise NYC, and do we know how much, if so?
As I said, we have a long list of priorities and with limited resources, so we're going to have to juggle to see exactly how we're going to tackle this going forward.
So if the funds aren't budgeted for fiscal year 2025 and beyond, what is going to happen to the 650 families currently enrolled in the program?
I strongly believe that because you believe in this program and the administration believes in this program, we'll find a way to get this program going.
That's encouraging. Thank you. We're going to move on and talk about culturals for a little bit with a PEG restoration there. Cultural institutions, as we know, are integral to the stability and growth of neighborhoods and to the city's economy. In order to appropriately account for the needs of the city's cultural institutions, the council called on the administration in our budget response to restore and baseline the PEGs to the SIGs and the CDF. The executive plan includes a restoration of some of the funds cut in November and January PEGs, but not all of them. Why was the $4.2 million PEG for FY24 to the CDFs not restored in the executive plan, particularly in light of how small an amount this is in relation to the entire city budget and to the size of other PEG restorations included in the executive plan?
Yeah, again, it's just a question of timing. Okay, the CDF funding had already been awarded by the time of the executive budget. So, but again, there would not have been a way for them to utilize the funding in fiscal year 24 through the CDF awarding process. So it's just a question of time.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're talking about timing. So there is definitely still hope for that restoration to the PEGs, to the SIGs, to the CDFs.
As you know, we have restored one of the PEGs, which is a PEG that we took in January. But again, this has to be as part of the conversation we have as we get closer to adoption. If resources are available, because as I said, it's a challenge for us at this point in time, because for the month of April, we are down about $200 million, lower than we anticipate. It could be a fluke, it could be simply a question of timing of refunds, but we don't know because there are so many conflicting things. But if resources are available, we will work with the council and see what can be done.
We're going to continue to be hopeful.
Yeah.
The council has always prioritized, as you know, the cultural community. And we understand that cultural institutions play an essential role not only as the foundation of our neighborhoods, but also as a main cog in the engine of the city's economy. Each year, the council provides millions of dollars of additional support to cultural institutions, and each year, it seems, the administration somehow decides to cut funding for culturals. I'm really hoping that we can come to a swift resolution of these restorations. And one final thing for me for now, in looking at our aging population, Older Adult Center, OAC, PEG restoration, the November plan included a $13.5 million PEG for older adult centers in fiscal year 2027. The preliminary plan included an additional PEG for OACs of $18.9 million in fiscal year 2024 and $2.2 million in fiscals 2025 to 2028. The Council's preliminary budget response called for the restoration of these PEGs, which unfortunately was not included in the executive plan. For the $18.9 million PEG in fiscal year 2024, could OMB provide a breakdown of what this reduction relates to, and will or have any OACs closed or be closed due to this reduction?
There is no plan to close any one of the centers. Okay, that is off the table. The saving basically are a combination of right sizing. The plan currently we have underspending for this fiscal year, but as you said, this is we're looking at fiscal year 26-27. Okay, and the goal is to develop a plan working with the agency to try to minimize as much as we can any impact on services, because we know we have the one way, okay, to work with the agency, to work with the advocates and all the stakeholders so that we could come up with a plan that makes sense, where we could right size the centers without impacting services. So again, as I said, the short-term savings that you see in the plan is basically because of underspending, but the long-term savings we're discussing here, we have enough time to work with the agency to right size the program and at the same time finding efficiencies without impacting actual services.
Okay, let's stretch that out a little bit more. For the $2.2 million PEG for fiscals 2025 and 2026 and the $15.7 million baseline PEG starting in fiscal 2027, can you provide what groups will be impacted and how much the impact will be for each of the older adult centers? Then, if we're saying we're not looking at closing anything, which certainly we don't want to do that,
No.
but can you give us an idea of the impact that these PEGs will have and how the services will be impacted overall?
As I said, we're in the planning phase. We're working in the agencies. At this point in time, I can't give you specifically because, as I said, we're talking about fiscal year 26-27. So we're in the planning phase, but as we develop our plan working with the agencies, we'll come back to you and give you an update in terms of what we're doing exactly.
All right, there will be significant changes and financial challenges for these older adult centers to operate, some that very well could be forced to close, and it's troubling to hear that OMB doesn't seem like OMB has considered this scenario at all prior to implementing these PEGs. So that's difficult to hear. Do we know yet what metrics would possibly be used to make this decision?
Again, as I said, we will sit down with the agency and review, but I know for sure, as I said to you, closing the centers are off the table, is something that is off the table. So as we work with the agency to redesign programs and right-size the programs, and we'll come back to you, give you an update in terms of what are we doing. Because again, the goal is not to try to hurt anyone, because that's not the objective. But again, that's what as we get closer, as we, in terms of implementing the policy, we'll come back to you and give you exactly what we're looking at and exactly what we're trying to do and where we're heading in terms of the plan that we intend to put in place with the agencies.
Okay, so I'm still going to consider all of this hopeful as we get closer to adoption, regardless of the time that's stretched out and the time frames that we are looking at right now. We are going to be hopeful that OMB will absolutely consider the restoration of the PEGs in the adopted plan. Thank you very much. I turn it back over into the hands of the chair.
Thank you, Speaker Adams. We've also been joined by Council Members Krishnan, Abreu, and Rivera on Zoom. Director, the Council yesterday released our economic and tax forecast for the FY25 executive budget, and the findings from our updated analysis remain consistent with what the Council has been contending throughout the process, which is New York City's economy continues to show durability and resilience with higher tax revenues than projected by OMB over FY24 and 25, even though our economic growth lags below our long-run average. OMB's executive budget shows economic growth expectations for 2025 at 1.4%, Should note that this is significantly lower than the 1.9% consensus estimate based on the Wall Street Journal's April survey of economic forecasts. The Wall Street Journal survey reflects 58 out of 66 forecasters projecting 2025 real GDP growth above OMB's 1.4% expectation. This can be understandable given the early timing of the economic data used for OMB's forecast to look at the executive budget by the beginning of April. But considering the April consensus projections reflecting stronger economic growth than OMB's forecast, do you anticipate tax revenue estimates can come in higher than you expect, since OMB's tax revenue forecast is driven by significantly lower growth assumptions?
You know, it's we all wish there is more revenues, you know, so that we could invest more in New Yorkers. You know, that's our wish. But as I indicated to you, at this point in time, I don't have any reason to believe fiscal year 24 in particular is going to be worsier than what we already forecast. Give you a sense of, we have about a month and a half left into the fiscal year, okay? For the first month of the third quarter, which is a critical month, which is the month of April, okay, tax revenues are $200 million below OMB's forecast. So for us to get through your forecast, we have to make up 200 plus another 600, talking about another $800 million, okay? And within a month and a half. The month of May is not a strong month in terms of tax collection, so you know, we have to have a very, very, very robust month in June, okay? And when in an economy that is showing all signs of weaknesses, I mean, whether it's GDP, national employment growth, even the latest employment in New York City, we lost like 1,000 jobs last month. So again, I can't get to that number. I wish, okay, because as I said, if we had more revenue, if we have more revenue, it's better for New Yorkers because we invest more in New Yorkers. But at this point in time, I don't have any reason to believe that we're going to get, there's a need for us to revise our forecast because, as I said, it's going to be extremely difficult to even get to our numbers.
So, to push back on that, what do you make of the 58 out of 66 other forecasters who are projecting growth higher than OMB? You're talking about going from 2.5% okay, to OMB 1.4 and to your forecast, which is 1.9. It is your forecast, my forecast. Nobody knows what's going to happen in the economy. We all know that directionally, we're going in the opposite direction. We're going toward a slowdown of the economy. So no one is talking about the economy going up. Everyone is talking about a deceleration of the economy, like we see in the first quarter. First quarter, we moved from an economy of 2.5% throughout fiscal year 23, okay, with the last quarter growth of 3%. Okay, the first quarter we went down to about 1.5%. Same thing with the job market. The job market, the economy was generating about 225,000 jobs, throughout on average in fiscal year 23, and we're down to about 175,000 jobs last month. So again, it's not like we're saying things are collapsing between 1.5, 1.4. It's not so significant directionally, but both your forecast and our forecast is looking at a slowdown of the economy. So if your forecast turns out to be better than ours, okay, I'll be very happy because, as I said, more revenues that we could have, so we could invest in. But right now, we have to be extremely cautious. I keep telling folks, we have to be extremely cautious. See what's going on in California, okay? All right? Over forecast, aggressive forecast, $45 billion deficit. Okay? Always remember, we're making long-term spending decision on forecasts that could go up and down that no one knows. So you have to be cautiously conservative, okay, as you make those decisions because you cannot afford to be wrong. Because if you are wrong, you end up cutting services. But California's situation is very different from what's going on here, right?
Which is?
Well, The people didn't have to pay their taxes for months after it was due. That's why they're in the situation they're in.
Which one? Where?
California. Did you just say California?
California, the forecast was extremely aggressive. Okay, the forecast was extremely aggressive, and as a result, they had to revise down the forecast and end up with a deficit of about $45 billion, which requires some 30-something billion dollars worth of cuts in expenses. That's what I'm saying. We have to be we have to be very cautious as we make these decisions.
So now that we're nearly halfway through May, how is OMB feeling about your FY24 PIT and PTET forecasts?
Extremely concerned. As I said, we are extremely concerned. We see an increase in refunds. Okay, we see a significant increase in refunds. We're hoping that's a timing issue. Okay, because if New York State processes all these tax returns early, so that on the back end we don't have that that many return to process, it would be very good for us. But at the same time, we also have a lot of other things, a lot of other noise. We have PTET, pass-through tax entity taxes, personal income tax. So you have that relationship. You also have, last year, we expanded the EITC, okay? So which means more refunds would go out. So it's a lot of noise. Right now, I can't tell you for sure, okay, what's gonna happen with the personal income tax. I'm hoping that it was just a 1 month noise, that it was just simply the timing of refunds, and then we're gonna come back on track again. But again, as I said, I cannot guarantee you that's what's gonna happen.
Other than the timing, is there any evidence that the amount of refunds will be higher than you expected?
Again, as I said, there is the PTET and dynamics with personal income tax dynamics. There is also the EITC issue, credit in expansion of the EITC. So again, I can't tell you at this moment in time. We have to wait for more information, more data, to give you a better picture of what's taking place.
I want to talk about PS accruals a bit. The executive plan includes a budgeted full-time headcount of just over 301,000 in the current year. As of April, there were just over 284,000 positions filled, which would make for a vacancy rate of 5.6%. The executive plan included a peg for a small amount of savings from PS underspending. So how much additional savings do you expect the city will accrue from the vacant positions at the end of the fiscal year?
It's probably going to be much smaller than we had in the past, for the simple reason that as part of the PEG programs that we implemented throughout the year, a lot of the PS accruals, okay, were taken as part of this plan. So the agency already gave us a lot of those savings. So from our perspective, there's very little left. And so if you were to listen to what people are saying, so we have a lot of savings out there that could accrue to us, it would mean that the agencies would have to cut significantly, because people felt sometimes to understand, because you have a lot of budgeted account, doesn't mean that the agencies have the resources, okay? Very often they use those resources for other things, okay? All right, so the fact that having it doesn't mean that it's there. Okay, so again, we took a lot of the savings as part of the PEG plan, PEG programs. Okay, so what's left is probably, there's some left. Okay, I'm expecting some to be left by the end of the fiscal year, but not as much as we had in the past.
That the actual headcount will trend upwards in FY25?
The administration is working really hard. They're doing all kind of town halls, and it's extremely difficult to hire. It is, I mean, I'm not, we try every single thing that you can imagine, but the attrition rate is significant. But this year so far, we're making significant progress. As I tell folks, it's the first time in a long time I'm seeing we hired about 21,000 folks this year, and I believe we are treated about 16,000. Okay, so the first time we had like a net positive in a long time. So it's trending in the right direction.
What would you consider a natural vacancy rate for the city workforce?
It's that sounds like a new concept, natural vacancy rate. But historically, you know, the current 5.5% is about what we have historically. So if you want to call it natural, I would call it that historical rate is about 5%.
So the city's actual full-time headcount has declined somewhat in recent months, and it's actually below what it was when the hiring freeze was lifted earlier this year. Is the 2-for-1 hiring policy still in effect?
Yes, the 2-for-1 is still in effect. As I said, we're still not out of the woods. We cannot just basically relax all the tools that we have so that people could basically hire left and right as they wish. We have to keep monitoring the hiring because, as I said, we have about 65,000 folks that we have to take care of and house and feed in the next year, 2 years, I don't know for how long. So therefore, we have to keep monitoring our spending, monitoring our hiring, so that we could find the resources, we could free up the resources that we need to make sure we meet the growing demand that is imposing on the city in terms of resources.
Are there any agencies that are exempt from the 2-for-1 hiring freeze?
Yeah, we exempted a number of agencies. We gave you the list before. The frontline workers, things such as cash assistants, SNAP folks, FDNY. We have EMS, 911 dispatch. We have fire inspectors. We have building inspectors. We have a number of titles. I could give you the list of all the titles that are exempted from the 2-for-1.
Okay, I have a lot more, but I want to give my colleagues some time. I want to talk about the water rental payment and the water system bond ratings. The preliminary plan included a return of the water rental payment, which after much work by the prior administration had been eliminated in 2017. The return of this payment will require the water system to divert funds from its own operations and debt service to pay the city for things completely unrelated to the delivery of clean water. The preliminary plan included the receipt of $440 million in rental payments from the Water Authority over FY24 and 25 as a way to close the city's budget gap. The executive plan subsequently added over $300 million in payments in each year from 26 to 28. In effect, it appears that this administration is proposing to make the rental payments permanent. At the same time, the Water Board is proposing an 8.5% increase in the water and sewer rate, which would make it the largest rate increase in 14 years. Funds to pay the rental payment must come from higher water rates or from existing resources, which could be used to reduce the need for the water rate increases. So if the Water Board was not required to remit the rental payment to the city, how much lower would the water rate increase be for FY25?
I just want to clarify one point because the city issued debt, okay, to acquire the watershed, and we expect to pay debt service to cover those bonds. In addition, we pay for services like police, fire, and sanitation. So it's not like, they're not getting, this is properties of the city that is leased to the Water Authority for 39 years. We have a lease in place. For 35 years, the city has collected those rental payments. Okay, it's only when the city's financial situation was very, very good, that the mayor decided to basically provide subsidies to the water water consumers. So I just want to make sure we understand this piece. From our perspective, based on our calculation, it's only 2 percentage points of the 8.5% would be as a result of the rental payment. We expect the water rate to increase by $8, which is about $2 of those $8 would be because of the rental payment. So the large part, the large segment of that subsidy goes to rich landlords, not to the average person who's going to pay only $8 as a result of the increase.
the general obligation debt that the rental payments were designed to cover is almost gone, is that?
No, not yet.
All right, one could make the argument then that the reinstatement of the rental payment was an extreme step taken to meet the balanced budget requirements for FY24 and 25, but the city is not required to balance the out years. So then why did OMB find it necessary to add the payments request for FY26 to 28?
As I said to you, the city is in a financial situation. The financial situation of the city is very precarious. So therefore, the city has to find the city cannot afford to give up resources at this point in the budget cycle, at this point in the cycle. Okay, the city cannot afford to subsidize rich landlord when we have a lot of programs, okay, that are under fire, okay, we are under pressure. Okay, so therefore, we can at this point in time we cannot afford to give up those rental payments because we need them to basically save many of the critical programs that need to be funded.
Okay, because I mean, I wouldn't say the city, I wouldn't say that the city is subsidizing the water ratepayers. I'd say it's the other way around.
It is because the rental payment is supposed. It's like every utility you have to pay rent. They have to pay rent. They have to pay the cost of their operations. They have to pay salaries. So if they don't pay the rent to the landlord, okay, the landlord is basically subsidizing them. The city is the landlord. The city has a lease with the water authority where the water authority has to pay the city the rental payment because the city issue bond.
But doesn't some of that money go towards DEP to,
GP
towards
managed
stormwater resiliency project?
The water rate in general goes toward to pay for all the operation.
It just seems like an extreme measure that we didn't take during COVID, but we're taking it now.
No, because we're in an extreme situation. As you know, we are in a very precarious situation, and the city is going to have to find $300 million that is subsidizing some rich landlord. Instead of subsidizing those landlords, we're better off taking those resources to pay for critical services.
All right, I want to ask one question with regard to NYPD overtime, and then I'm going to hand it to my colleagues. The executive plan includes an additional $160 million for NYPD's overtime costs in the current fiscal year. This would bring the NYPD's overtime budget to $961 million in FY24, which is approximately 15% of the agency's total budget. As of April, actual overtime spending is approximately $869 million, or it's 90% of the modified budget. So this is yet another year in which the NYPD spending has surpassed the adopted overtime budget by a significant margin. Something that you said this morning at the CBC breakfast, that OMB doesn't include the full cost for police overtime in the budget because the council will never approve the full cost. And if OMB included the full cost, the council would reallocate those funds to something else. So instead, OMB just underestimates the total budget by $1 billion, and then the council has no choice but to pay for the overtime because the money's already spent by the end of the fiscal year. Is that what you said this morning?
What I said this morning is no one knew. If you tell me you know you're going to spend $1 billion in overtime, why don't you just put it in the budget? I would tell you I didn't know we're going to spend $1 billion in overtime because I didn't know October 7th was going to happen. I didn't know we were going to have a lot of protests as a result of October 7th, and then overtime has to increase. So therefore, we have a process in the city whereby we submit the budget to the council, and every quarter there's an update, and as we get more information, we update that information and submit it to the council for a vote, because we didn't know it was going to be $1 billion at the beginning of the fiscal year. So asking us to put $1 billion at the beginning of fiscal year when we don't even know how much it's going to be in terms of our forecast, okay, doesn't make any sense. So therefore, what we have to do is to say, every quarter we adjust based on the latest information. As we get more information about how much is spent, we update our forecast and basically submit them to the city council for as part of the as part of budget modification that we do every 3 months.
I mean, I don't think you like blank checks any more than I do for any agencies, but it sounds like PD is getting a blank check.
No, it's not just getting a blank check. We're monitoring every agency. This is something, as I said, we are closely monitoring every agency to make sure, okay, they don't go over the budget. But at the same time, there are circumstances that are beyond our control. You and I don't have control over what's taking place in the street on a day-to-day basis. Okay, so the only thing we can do is make sure that the PD and NYPD deploy their resources as efficiently as possible so as to minimize the amount of overtime that they have to incur. But it's not like we're giving a blank check. It's just that it's difficult to know on a day-to-day basis what's going to happen in the street.
So you're not trying to circumvent the powers of the council?
No. If we knew ahead of time with everything forecasted, there wouldn't be any need to have those modifications on a quarterly basis. It's because we have new information as we go, whether it's City FEP's voucher plan, whether it's a SNAP, whatever it is, whatever program we have, we constantly monitor and adjust them as we go through the year. And if we see an increase, we make the appropriate adjustment and submit a mod so that the council could basically respond to them.
Will there be can we expect another increase to PD's overtime budget at FY25 adoption?
We're working closely with NYPD to see exactly where they are. I know they have spent so far about $53 million, I believe, in overtime for the protests alone. But as we get more information, we will talk to your team as part of the budget adoption process in terms of providing them all the data. Because at the end of the day, you see the same data that we see on a day-to-day basis. Your team see the same data that we see. There's nothing new that they don't see. Yeah,
I just feel like every year we talk about figuring out how to get NYPD spending under control, and then every year we go back to just giving them whatever they want.
Well, it's not, again, as I said, no one knew what's happening right now would have happened like a year ago when we did our forecast. Again, we just have to reflect in our forecast, in the mod, what really transpired.
All right, last from me is, at the public safety hearing, NYPD stated that it would be possible to budget overtime at the precinct level, which would be helpful for us. Would OMB commit to making that adjustment in the budget for the coming year?
I would have to discuss this with the NYPD because historically we knew there were some operational issues, okay, that basically prevent them from doing this. But if they say they could do it, we will discuss with them to see, if it is correct and if they could overcome those issues, and then we'll address it.
Okay, I'm going to turn it now to Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon, Budget Director and team. Good to see friendly faces. And sometimes not so friendly faces, but mostly friendly faces. So you're going to be shocked that I'm going to ask about affordable housing and affordable housing capital. So first and foremost, I want to just start with the state budget. The state budget provided the city with an additional $14 billion of debt incurring power. However, even with the additional debt capacity, we've heard that growth in agency capital plans is still being restricted. And in particular, HPD shows no growth in their capital plan. So the first question I wanted to ask was, what is your reaction to the New York Housing Conference's analysis that given the $2.1 billion in HPD capital funding next year, affordable housing production will be approximately 30% less than the average over the past 6 years from 18 to 23. And secondly, while the mayor and the governor have both made increased construction of affordable housing a primary goal in their administrations, this HPD capital plan still does not provide the funding necessary to meet the mayor's stated goal for investment in new affordable housing. With the provision of additional debt authority, is OMB willing to increase the city's investment in the creation of new and affordable housing to meet the goals?
I'm going to hide behind the fact that the timeline between the state budget and our budget was totally out of whack, so therefore the action took place after the executive budget comes out, so therefore there was nothing in the budget for housing, but I'm just kidding.
Well played, sir.
We are extremely, we understand exactly the challenges that we're dealing with affordable housing, which is something that we take seriously. As you know, we are very constrained by the fact that we are about to reach our debt capacity, and we're fortunate to have the governor give us the extension of about $14 billion, with 2 of those 14 basically dedicated to school construction authority for class size. So we will continue to work with City Hall and the HPD and NYCHA to understand their needs, to review their needs, but knowing at the same time that that $14 billion doesn't solve our problem, okay? Because by the time we reflect the borough-based jails, by the time we reflect the increased construction for increased costs of the SCA, School Construction Authority, and the BQE, even with those $14 billion, we're only going to have about $8 billion left by fiscal year 31, okay? Which doesn't give us a lot of...
Which we can dedicate to affordable housing?
Which we cannot dedicate the entire thing to affordable housing, because you need to have room. You need to have room because of, as part of your capital plan, because you have cost overruns, you have delays, you have a number of things, and very often, you know, you also have to take into account other needs, other critical needs we have around the city. But again, we're working with City Hall. We will be working with HPD. And to see what can be reflected in future plans.
Great. Chair, if I may, I apologize. I didn't realize the clock was ticking. I'm just going to ask 2 more sets of questions and see what you can get in. The second set of questions is about HPD's term sheets. So in the City Council's preliminary budget response, we expressed the need for HPD to quickly update term sheets to induce the creation and preservation of more affordable housing, making the programs more attractive to the development community. So are there any new term sheets that are expected by the end of June? HPD in the hearing with my committee said that neighborhood pillars was going to be updated. Can you provide an update on what changes are being considered? Are there changes being considered for the open door or affordable housing, affordable home ownership term sheet? And are there other term sheets like Ella for low-income rentals, Sarah for senior housing, or any of the supportive housing term sheets that are going to be updated? Is set 1. And set 2 is, I just wanted to follow up on DOB. During the DOB hearing, we also talked about the preliminary responses requests for the administration to increase revenues by adding a failure or increasing a failure to gain access penalty, as well as generating another $15 million from changes to local law 11 fine schedule, which we did not see reflected in the executive. So the agency deferred those considerations to OMB. Can you just tell us if you are considering those, and if not, why not?
Well, HPD and OMB currently in discussion in terms of the term sheet. So let me have Tara give you a sense of where we are as part of the discussion with HPD.
Sure. We are expecting that neighborhood pillars.
Turn it off. Okay, go ahead.
Good. Thank you. We are expecting that the neighborhood pillars term sheet will be updated by the end of this calendar year. In terms of the things that we're looking at, it's a combination of cost, in terms of how much we'll be paying for acquisition within those term sheets, and definitions about what the program is going to be doing, given that they're retooling the program based on what it was originally contemplated to do back in 2019. The other term sheets that we're
I'm sorry, Tara, you said by end of year, calendar year?
End of the year. I think there was some confusion about the end of the fiscal year versus calendar year, but in either instance, we're working very quickly to try to resolve those issues because all eyes are on pillars at the moment. You've asked about the other term sheets. We're currently reviewing the new construction term sheets, and we're waiting on HPD to provide us some more. We're in the back and forth on some of the preservation items as well, but we're actively working on all of them. In terms of your DOB question, we're working with the agency on those fee increase proposals, and we'll have to do a user cost analysis and see if there's merit.
And when could we expect a response about that?
We'll have to talk to DOB, and we can get back to you shortly.
Okay, I will text you. No, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Budget Director. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Schulman is not here. Okay, Councilmember Ayala on Zoom. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Salam.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair. I have several questions, so I want to just probably just lay them all out and then have you all take an answer to it. So I want to start with cuts to criminal justice programs. The November and preliminary plans included approximately $40 million in PEGs to reentry services, supervised release, alternatives to incarceration, crime victim services, and other OTPS programmatic funding. Can you clarify why the administration took baseline reductions to programs that are key components of reducing the jail population and that provide alternatives to prosecutors and judges? Also, how does the administration reconcile this stated position of prioritizing upstream solutions while simultaneously reducing programs that provide those same solutions? And in the case of supervised release, the adopted budget included a new investment of $38 million, only for this to be reduced by $13 million in the November plan. How do you explain this change to such an important program? Do you believe the MOCJ is effectively managing the city's criminal justice programming array? And are there any concerns you have with the office's capacity to budget, supervise, and manage such significant funding? I also want to turn to criminal justice program coordination. Under this administration, criminal justice programs have been moved out of the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice to other agencies. Although this may have benefits for expanding the scope and reach of the city's programs, it poses a challenge for the coordination and duplication of efforts. So can you explain how OMB approaches moving programs from MOCJ to other agencies? And also, how do you coordinate the budgets for the city's various criminal justice programs across multiple agencies? How do you know the city is maximizing its investment in programmatic spending on criminal justice and justice systems involvements? And lastly, turning to crime victim services programs, the council is concerned about the baseline reductions of $3 million for the crime victim services program. According to Safe Horizon, if implemented, the $3 million PEG would dramatically hamper their ability to provide services to 11,000 crime victims who would have had received their assistance, as well as the 20 precincts that currently have on-site advocates. And I'm just wrapping up. Can you explain how this contract was re-estimated to generate savings, and will there be any reduction of services as a result? And do you believe that reducing the funding puts significant pressure on providers and frontline staff to take on more of this important, challenging work? And lastly, in response to the questions surrounding the possible disruption of services due to these cuts, MOCJ stated that impact to providers is being monitored. And what I would like to know is, does this mean that the administration is anticipating negative impacts on services rendering by these providers? And lastly, how exactly is the administration monitoring the impact? What indicators are being used to determine if these programs can succeed amidst these budget cuts to providers?
It's a lot. In general, let me put this with you. As I said in my testimony, the mayor values sincerely making investment in upstream solutions. It's not by accident we invested all these resources, despite the challenges that we have this year in this budget, in these programs. So I always tell folks, every time you see there is savings, ask the question first, because savings is very often is underspending and low utilization. Okay, that's what the savings very often are generated from. Okay, it's underspending because you have a program, we allocate $100 million for that program, and then by the end of the fiscal year, they only spend $50 million. So we took this $50 million savings, and then, use it for whatever purpose we're using for. Or the program is created for 200 folks, and then only 50 people are participating in the program. So spending and low utilization are major pieces of the puzzle when it comes to savings from this program. We try as best as we can to make sure that this program are used properly. The other piece of the larger question you're asking about moving programs from, this is something we did in concert with Mark J. Okay, moving many of the programmatic pieces out, from Mark J to other agencies, because Mark J did not have the manpower to manage contracts, to do all the admin work that's needed. So therefore, we rely on DYCD or these other agencies where they have the manpower to do so, and leave Mark J as like a brain trust, where they are coordinating, coming out with policies, instead of basically managing contracts when they don't have the manpower to do so. So again, as I said, these contracts, these programs are always under review. We want to make sure that we get what we pay for in terms of the number of people who are utilizing those programs. And so this is the gist of the underspending that you see. But again, as I said, the mayor is very big on upstream solution to this problem. So therefore, this is something we're investing a lot of resources in.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Brooks Powers.
Hi, you able to hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Hi, Director and thank you for the presentation. Thank you, chairs. I have just a couple of questions. The first is related to the Department of Transportation Streets Plan. The administration has consistently failed to meet the requirements of the streets plan. The Department of Transportation reported in its most recent streets plan update that it has only built on 9.6 miles of bus lanes, or 19% of the requirement. The agency was also required to upgrade 1,000 bus stops, but has completed only 6.8% of the requirement. During the hearing on their executive plan, when pressed about the reason, DOT has not been able to fulfill its requirement. Commissioner Rodriguez reiterated several times that DOT can do more with more. The first question on that is DOT being hampered in its ability to meet the requirements of the streets plan by the fact that it is not provided enough funding to meet the mandate? And two, will the administration commit to increasing DOT's funding for the streets plan so the city can meet its legal requirements under the streets plan? And then my next question is regarding the trauma hospital in Far Rockaway, which Director G, you and I have spoken about this a number of times. I know that Mayor Adams has come to Southeast Queens and been asked about his support of the trauma facility, which he has publicly supported. He even joined me for the kickoff of the task force that I co-chair with Dr. Katz. Since the closure of Peninsula Hospital in 2012, residents in Far Rockaway, Queens have not had access to a neighborhood trauma center. In the fiscal 2025 preliminary budget response, we called on the administration to commit capital resources in partnership with the state to build a level 1 or level 2 trauma center on the Rockaway Peninsula that provides trauma-focused care to community members. No funding was added to the executive plan for this project. Do you have any plan in fiscal 2025 to add capital resources to build a trauma center in Far Rockaway? And if yes, can you provide a timeline to fund this project?
Let's start with the DOT with respect to the street plans. As you know, the street plans set a very ambitious some targets that that's what the law sets, and DOT is always trying to strive to meet those targets. And I hear you. I hear the commissioner. I believe funding is one piece of the equation, but DOT continue to experience some challenges with marking capacity. They have a shortage in installation materials and staffing, and they also have some facilities space constraints. So it's not just funding, they have other challenges that have to be addressed in order to have all the resources that they need to meet the ambitious goal and targets that were set in the street plans local law. Regarding the trauma center, I think, as I said, you and I have many conversations about this. We have to go back to H&H to have, I don't know what your discussion, whether or not you have any recent discussion with the H&H CEO to know exactly where they are. But as you know, this is something that is extremely challenging. But again, we will continue to work with you to see what can be done. And, I would have to see a plan from H&H in terms of what's needed, what the needs are, and what they believe they can do. I'm not an operational guy, I'm not a hospital guy, so I cannot tell you for sure unless I have a plan from H&H and working with you. I cannot tell you exactly what the needs would be. But again, we're open to work with you.
Well, the good news is
we're open to
we
work
have a
with
plan.
I know you would have.
That's the good news. We have a plan, and Dr. Katz was before us just last week, and he spoke about the feasibility of a trauma facility in Far Rockaway, and he spoke about the ability to scale up and what that would look like. And we look forward to sitting with you during the negotiation season to talk through this. But I just wanted to also have you say on the record that the administration is committed to seeing this through, as we did receive a commitment from the administration, this administration, a little under 2 years ago. But now we're looking to put the rhetoric into action and to be able to get the funding necessary to make this a true possibility.
Looking forward to working with you.
So I'll take that as a commitment. Thank you, Director.
Invite me to the groundbreaking.
Be there.
Now we have a question from Councilmember Williams.
Hello. My questions are about the Commission on Human Rights and the Equal Employment Practices Commission. So since the November plan, the council has requested the restoration of a PEG that was applied to the Commission on Human Rights and the Equal Employment Practices Commission. As a result, CCHR has had to adjust some of their roles to critical operations functions that are maintained. The council has also requested an increased headcount for these agencies to enable them to operate efficiently. So while some may say they are operating above water, we would like for them to be swimming well. CCHR and EEPC provide oversight, investigate any violations citywide, and make sure that city agencies enforce local laws passed by the council. CCHR's budget include a PEG of $1.8 million in fiscal 2024, $1.4 million in fiscal 2025, and a reduction of $1.4 million starting in fiscal 2026. Similar to CCHR, EEPC's budget is even significantly lower, and even included the elimination of one position that was less than $100,000. And I have to laugh because this is like truly laughable numbers when you talk in billions. In fiscal 2024, and a hiring freeze of a position, these PEGs have not been restored in the executive plan. And just wanted to know the decision-making process around targeting such a small agency for any budget cuts, given their crucial role in enforcement. These agencies total a budget that make up only a nano, like less than micro, like nano fraction of the city's total budget. Is there any plan to restore these cuts? And we'd ask for $500,000 to EEPC and $4.4 million to CCHR.
By the way, congratulations on your doctorate, Dr. Williams.
Thank you.
Yeah, we, again, as I said, we, the entire logic behind taking a citywide approach to this problem because of the scope and the scale of the challenge that we had to deal with. And at the time, the mayor wants to make sure that every agency participate in making a contribution to the problem. So it was not a question of you have to exempt this particular agency, that particular agency. Initially, particularly in November, at the beginning of the problem, the scope of the problem was so big, we had to make sure everyone is included because, as you can imagine, every time you exclude one agency, it becomes, what about me? Every other agency, what about me? What about me? We are also as critical. So you cannot generate savings, in an environment everybody is trying to get exempted from the problem. But again, we will, again, as we get, as I said, we will work with the agency to know exactly what their needs are. We've been working with them, and if there is something that we believe is critical from our perspective and in discussion with them, we will address it as we get closer to budget adoption.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I know, sort of cuts across the board, but
yeah.
From the prelim to now in the exec, there were some agencies that did see restorations, and I think as you were looking to make restorations, especially for these small agencies that carry a big load, and that's sort of the interesting thing. These are very small agencies, but my colleagues love them to death, pass tons of bills that require specifically CCHR and EEPC to do more work, and the budget never follows the work. Fair housing, fair chance for housing is a bill that's going to go into effect shortly, requiring CCHR to do so much enforcement work, and they have not seen any increases in their budget. So I do hope that my wonderful colleagues, along with your side, see the value in these agencies and we truly fund them adequately so that they can do their work. Thank you, chairs.
Is Ayala on? Okay, Councilmember Ayala.
Sorry, bear with me a second. I'm having technical difficulties. Good afternoon, everyone. Commissioner, my concern is, my question is really related to some correspondence that we received that announced that there was a new pilot.
Hey, Diana, can you talk louder? I can't hear you.
Sorry,
Usually
can you
not
hear
a
me now?
problem.
Do you hear me now? Oh, really, Justin? Really? All right, you can hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yes. Okay, so the question is related to a DSS initiative that was recently, I guess, sent around to different shelters on a pilot program that would pay folks to leave the shelter and then give them, I don't know, it was a gift card or something to that effect. We didn't hear that information prior to, until after the executive budget hearing on the General Welfare Committee, and I wanted to know if you were aware of such a pilot and how much money has been set aside for that. Has that already been accounted for in the budget? Is this a new, expense?
Yeah, I'm aware of the program. This is a pilot that was launched in partnership with the many providers to gauge whether financial assistance, like moving expenses, first and last month rent, security deposit, would successfully assist households in the shelter to transition from shelter into the next phase of their journey. So the program is currently being funded by accrual or savings from those providers. We have about 9 providers participating in that pilot program, and they have a target of, they cap the payments to folks to about $4,000. And so far, I believe 50 people have participated in that program, and I believe the cost is something like $200,000.
Where does the money come from? Because the agency is still absorbing pegs.
This is coming from money in those providers' budget, the savings that they anticipate to generate, because it's not a lot of money. It's, as I said, it's so far we have 50 people participate in the program, and it costs us out of $4,000, it's about $200,000.
Is it a voluntary,
Yes,
you
it's a
know,
voluntary program.
they're no, are the providers opting in and
Yes,
saying,
yes,
it's okay for
yes.
you to take whatever's left of an
Yes,
hour, but,
yes, yes.
could you tell us when this began and, how long do you expect it to continue to be a pilot before you make a determination as to whether or not this is a more permanent situation?
We're willing to evaluate the program. It's a pilot, and if it is successful, we will basically try to extend it. But again, the goal is we're trying to manage the census down because, as you know, we have about 65,000 folks right now in the system, and we have to find a way, without any new revenue stream, to find ways to manage that census down to a level that is sustainable.
Well, it's a lot more than that, because if a person is, if a person comes in, in contact with $4,000 and is able to put in even a deposit for an apartment, if they don't have a job, that's not really sustainable. So is that part of the equation? Because the reason I'm asking you all of these questions is because I would have assumed that this would have been brought up at the executive budget hearing, but I guess that we're only answering questions that that get asked. And I think, this was like a low-hanging fruit. It could have just easily said, hey, as a matter of fact, we're initiating this new pilot. We're hoping that never came up. I found out about it through, one of the advocates who snapped a picture of it and sent it to me. That's not the way to keep the council informed of changes, especially when they may very well be programs that we would support.
Sure, of course, because as I said, 50 people participate. Maybe people already have jobs and they need an extra, an additional help, some additional assistance. So to the extent that additional assistance help them to get their own place, it's very good. So like you said, I will make sure I communicate your frustration to the agency.
I have spoken to them as well.
Okay.
Just because, we didn't know, but so is the city's goal is that if this pilot program works, to expand it?
Mm-hmm. That
Okay.
is the goal. If the program works, we would learn from it and tweak it to see, how best we could make it more effective and to expand it. That is the whole point of the pilot, yes.
Did you say you spent 50,000 so far?
200,000.
200,000 so far?
Yeah, about 50 people participate in the program.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
got that wrong. Okay. My next question is regarding the Community Food Connections program. This program is known as the Emergency Food Assistance Program, which provides an array of essential food items to emergency food providers, including food pantries and soup kitchens across the city. In fiscal year 23, the council called on the administration to increase the baseline budget to CFC, and it increased the budget by 30 million, but just for fiscal years 23 and 24. As the executive budget plan, as of the executive budget plan, the CFC's budget is 57.1 million in fiscal year 24, dropping to 25.1 million in fiscal year 25, and then dropping further down to a baseline amount, budgeted amount of 20.9 million, starting in fiscal year 26. In our last two budget responses, we called on the administration to increase the baseline CFC at 60 million. We were very disappointed that no additional funding was added to the executive plan to bolster and continue the CFC program at that level. And so I can go on and on, but can you explain what the rationale behind the reduction is and what is the direct impact that this reduction is going to have? Because we have, food pantries and soup kitchens that have folks lined around the block since, the beginning of the pandemic, and it doesn't seem to be dissipating. And so the need for resources has grown. And so I'm a little bit confused as to how we arrived at, to the point that we would make such drastic cuts to such an important program.
Yeah, Council Member, as you know, this is not cut per se. It's a fiscal cliff. It was funded at a level higher in fiscal year 24 than in fiscal year 25. But again, funding determination for adoption has not been made yet, so we're still working, negotiating with council, and we will assess the needs of these different programs as we move forward. As you know, this was done last year at adoption. It was funded, around this time of the year, and we will discuss it with you and folks here at City Council. Again, this is all subject to resources. As I said earlier, we are trying to come up with resources to get to the adopted budget, but it's a challenge, and we all know there's a challenge out there, so we have to prioritize And we cannot fund everything, but we're going to try to make sure that those things that are priorities of the council and the administration are funded if resources are available.
I would be shocked if feeding, needy families is not a priority for anyone.
Definitely.
And so I think that recognition that need it continues to exist, in the city, is really important because, we shouldn't have to be having this conversation every year about, feeding folks. All you have to do is walk around the city and you see the lines, that extend for blocks. So I look forward to further conversations on the matter, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have questions from Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome. Few questions around education. I know that in the executive plan, there were some programs that were baseline with state funding. Others were funded with 1 year of city funding. So what was some of the considerations when you were deciding which program would baseline and which program would be funded for a year?
It comes down to funding. It is, we wish, we had all the funding needed to fund all of this program going forward, to baseline them going forward. The statement making those programs as critical for us. This is our value statement. This program are critical to us, even they are funded 1 year at a time. They are very important to us, and we'll continue to look for permanent source of funding, okay, to fund this program going forward. It's not just a question we decided these are not important, these are important. No, it's just a question that we didn't have enough long-term funding to fund all of this program. So therefore, we decide, we would pick certain number of projects, initiatives to fund long-term. Others, we just make a value statement. This is important to us, we're funding it now, but we're gonna keep working to see it in the future where we're gonna find a permanent source of funding to keep them going.
So what was the rationale behind state funding used to baseline these programs?
I'm sorry?
What was the rationale behind using state funding to baseline these programs?
Because the state funding is a long-term funding, okay? Whereas, and so therefore we have, it's not that easy to find those source of funding, everywhere, and at that level also, at that magnitude as well. So therefore, we identify the source of funding that is long-term, so we use that source of funding, but for other programs we didn't have those. So therefore, we have to keep looking, okay? But we want to also communicate to the rest of the world that, to a value statement that, hey, these programs are critical to us. Even though we're funding them 1 year at a time, they are very critical to us. We're going to continue to look for long-term source of funding for this.
Foundation aid is currently being reviewed for possible change by the Rockefeller Institute. If the foundational aid were to decrease due to these changes, or further decrease in enrollment, would these programs be in danger of being cut?
The advantage that we have with being conservative in our forecast is we usually don't assume foundation aid growth in our budget. So therefore, I'm hoping there's no cut because we use those funding, like we just said, to fund other things. But it is unlikely that these things will be impacted because of changes to the formula, to the way the growth formula is calculated.
Yeah, we're calling on the state because it's outdated. That formula is outdated, so we wanted to match with the FSF revision that we did here.
We're hoping that the change of formula yield more resources, not less.
Right, correct, because the state hasn't been putting in their share. I have a question around federally funded headcount. I know how many of these positions were secured funding for source in fiscal 2025?
Which one?
The federally funded headcount. New York City Public Schools testified that 3,000 of the 3,255 positions are currently tied to federal dollars.
Okay.
And some of these positions can be covered by funding added in the executive plan, but the council's concerned about the budgeting positions. How many teachers? How many positions? You're gonna get, y'all look puzzled. Y'all gonna get back to us?
Yeah, I would come back to you because I would have to come back.
Are you referring to the stimulus?
Yes.
Cliffs? Oh.
The educators that are tied to the stimulus funding. We wanted to know how many teachers.
Okay, we'll provide you that information.
Thank you. And restorative justice, very important. It served over 500,000 students. and it brings down suspension rate, harm. Why did New York City Public School and OMB decided to fund Project Pivot, but not restore the expiring funds for restorative justice?
Again, we would also always, as I said, love to restore every single one of these programs. We will continue to work with the council, but again, as I said, it is a very, very difficult environment. I don't have to tell you, it's like your own family. You know, you have a budget, you have limited resources, and you have everyone is asking you for the world. So we would love if resources were available to do everything, but again, we would continue to work with the council because these are critical programs that we want to see go away. We don't want to see this program going away, so therefore we could continue to work with council. But again, we're dealing with limited resources here.
And school nurses, and I'm done.
Okay.
Funding for school nurses, $65 million for every school.
I hear you.
Councilmember Stevens.
He answered your question? It's time for me? Okay. Hi, good afternoon. How you doing?
Doing very well.
I'm gonna be nice because I got just paid. So I'm gonna behave today.
Okay.
And I like to be a woman of my word. Okay, but in the November and preliminary plans, including a 44.4 million peg to the Department of Youth and Community Development, the reductions were made in some of the agency's most utilized programs, such as Compass, the Office of Neighborhood Safety, and Summarizing. The council called upon the administration to restore the 44.4 million in cuts to DYCD programs in the preliminary response. The program operated by the Office of Neighborhood Safety aims to improve community policing relationships, reduces the criminal and incarceration and contracts with the justice system. Despite this, there was a $5.4 million baseline PEG implemented for the Office of Neighborhood Safety. What areas within ONS does the PEG affect? What programs and services are being impacted by this reduction? ONS programs foster collaboration between community provider agencies, and what is the impact of the PEGs on providers?
Based on this question with DYCD, they believe that we still provide robust services to youth in our programs. So from their perspective, the violence interrupters program was not impacted by this PEG?
Yeah, they keep saying it, but that's not the truth. And so, and just to add some of the other questions that I had at the bottom, like, so when OMB is requiring them to do PEGs, is there an evaluation process? How do we know that what we're doing won't have an impact? Because that's being said, and so I feel like there's a disconnect in what, you guys are saying, like, oh, we're telling you to do the PEGs, and they're like, oh, it's no impact, but that is not what we're hearing, especially even the ONS part, where they're like, oh, well, they're taking out the legal services aspect of the program, and they're like, oh, well, they can just go to like DHS and do it, and that's not true. And so I'm just trying to understand, even with the process of the PEGs, are you guys a lot making or pushing them to do evaluations and get feedback so that we know that there's no true issue around the things that needs to be cut?
You told me you were going to be nice to me.
That wasn't nice. I'm just asking questions.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. We continue to work with them because this is, again, as I said to folks very often, we could only repeat what the agency
exactly
tell us, okay? If they come back to us and say, you know what, hey, we could justify this PEG because they are limited impact, here's the impact, we always have the follow-up question, okay, what are the metrics? Our provider has been impacted. So from our perspective, when they said to us—
Were they able to answer those questions?
It's a go.
When you asked them that?
Yeah, we do. We do ask all these questions.
No, I said, but was DYCD able to answer that? Because when I asked them, they wasn't able to answer it.
Well, what they told us to justify the PEG is they were okay. So that's what we go with, okay? So if they tell us, there's no impact, that's what we have to believe, because we're not dealing with this on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would love for us to think about and thinking about moving forward and I can set time up with you guys to talk more. I'm not filling out the form though, but I would love to set up time to talk with you guys to talk more about like how do we make sure that when folks are saying that there's no impact on the pegs, that they're giving you real justification, because that to me, when I'm asking them questions, they're saying there's no impact. And when I'm looking at the numbers, that don't make sense to me. And so I would love to set time up so that like they have to justify more to this being like, we fine, we'll make it work, because then it just becomes very arbitrary. And just one last thing, I just also wanted to know we know with summer rising and the Fridays with middle schools being cut, do we know how much savings that they're actually going to be having from cutting the Friday program to the summer rising? And why does the administration believe that the reduction loss is necessary for this extra day? Because it doesn't seem like it's that much savings that we're getting from cutting the Fridays from summer rising.
Yes, let me get back to you with the actual number, because I don't have it in front of me right now, but I'll provide you that information
Okay, no problem.
as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, no problem.
Councilmember Hanks.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. How are you?
Doing very well.
So my line of questioning is definitely local, and I'll just get right to it. So with Rumsey, the Richmond University Medical Center has two major capital projects that we're trying to get funded in the current year, totaling $12 million. Rumsey is one of the only two hospitals serving Staten Island, and it is the only one in the North Shore, and so which makes these capital improvements and funding just that more critical. Will the administration commit to the funding of these critical projects in Rumsey?
I believe there was an issue. I don't remember exactly what it was. I think it's private. It's private hospitals. And there was an issue. I don't know if we have overcome that issue.
So I think that, to your point, we did have the hospital, when they put together the application, it was missing a few things, but we've been told that all of their paperwork is in order. So we just want to make sure that that OMB is and the administration is committing to, if everything's in order, that these projects.
We'll review the application, and if there are issues, we will bring them to your attention.
Thank you so much. Chair, may I have like two more questions? Thank you. So the Community Justice Center bridged the gaps between courts and communities to improve public safety and trust in justice. They were a vital resource for community members, helping them to access stable housing, neighborhood safety, and reentry services and youth programming, while building positive relationships and addressing trauma. Staten Island is one of the only boroughs without a community justice center. Again, we're just looking to make sure that that the administration understands the importance of committing to the construction of the Community Justice Center in Staten Island.
Again, we will work with your office and with the Speaker's office as we approach. We understand the concern that you have. With having a community center in Staten Island, we will work with your office and the Speaker to see what can be done. As I said, the resources are available. We will work with you to try to accommodate as best as we can.
We'll hold you to it. So one more question.
Oh,
so
gee.
the North Shore Action Plan. So Staten Island, it's one of the things that I'm very proud of being able to do. The action plan will finally bring development of the long-promised 2-mile waterfront esplanade, Stapleton to Tompkinsville to St. George. There is a $400 million investment that will create 20 acres of continuous waterfront. We just want to make sure that the projects that were highlighted in the North Shore Action Plan will be addressed at some point by the administration. We're on target to create at least 5,000 units of housing. 35% and over of that will be affordable. So we definitely want to make sure that this is in your...
Yes, this is a priority.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we have questions from Councilmember Lee, followed by Krishna.
Hi, all the way over on the other side now. So I'll make it quick. Questions around mental health. So I just want to start the line of questioning with the knowledge that, we all know that there's a ton of research out there that basically says that if you keep people healthy, the city and state will save dollars, hands down, right? So then my question is, especially because we know that mental health is such an issue and it is a lot of time spent, dollars spent, including NYPD overtime in the subways, my question is, for under DOHMH, it's only about a $757 million budget towards mental health services, which is decreased by about 15 million. So my question is, are there plans to restore that funding? And also, the council in our executive budget response requested 7 line items, including supportive housing, mental health continuum funding, all of these things that total up to about 43 million. So I guess my question is I think we could all agree that 43 million, not only is 43 million, but $757 million, you know, when we're talking about all the mental health services that are needed in this stage of where we are as a city, is a drop in the bucket, and it's like a smidgen of like the overall budget, right? So can we get a commitment from OMB for the 43 million to please look at that funding for the 7 items that we're requesting on the city council side?
Again, as I said, I will work with the council as we get toward adoption, and I understand, again, this is not something that we're taking lightly in light of all the incidents that we see taking place in the streets. So
Wait, it's not likely or likely?
like, you know, we're not taking this lightly.
Oh.
You know, mental health issues, this is something that we, the administration, try to address on many occasions in different programs that we outlay. So again, we will work with the DOHMH and to make sure they, you know, they have a need. If there is a need, and they could pinpoint to us exactly what the needs is, and we'll work with them and working with the council to see if going forward is something
Okay.
we could do.
And would you agree, though, but from a budgetary perspective, we know for a fact that keeping people healthy saves dollars, yes? So I would really, really urge us to keep people healthy off the streets, off of,
We
you know.
all agree. We all
Yes.
agree. This is critical.
And also, in terms of the other city agencies, how much funding, can you extract the total amount of mental health funding that's with EMS, H&H, OCMH? I know OCMH started off with a budget of about 325 million, if I'm not mistaken. So can we get those numbers?
I would definitely follow up with you with giving you a breakdown and a total of all the agencies by agency, and also the total.
Okay.
How much the city is spending on mental health.
And which city agency or entity would you say oversees all of this, right? Because I would almost think we need like a mental health czar, to be quite honest, because the funding is all over the place. The regulations are very complicated. So, you know, because there's state regulations, city funding, all of these things come into play. And so who is overseeing all of this? Because when I asked this question at DOHMH's hearing, I could not get an answer.
Yeah, I mean, City Hall is managing this under the leadership of GM and Williamson. So, but again, we will provide you all the information that you need, and so you could see how much the city, the many initiatives that we have, and how much the city is spending on annually on mental health. And again, more is needed, trust me, more.
Yes. Definitely, the coordination piece is what irks me, because that's my pet peeve, is the silos in all the different agencies, and we need to make sure we're coordinating.
Sure.
So, 2 more questions. One around clubhouses. I know that it was increased by 30 million. We asked on the city council side to have an expansion of 5 more clubhouses, but instead it went from 16 to 13 with the new RFP. So just wanted to know how much oversight you guys have when it comes to issuing out the RFPs through different cities.
This is the agency.
Agency by agency, okay. And what plans are there to make sure that if, for whatever reason, the clubhouses that did not get funded, how do we make sure that they do get funding, or that there's coordination that takes place so that those people
That's coordination that takes place with the DOH.
Okay, because I've asked that question, haven't gotten an answer, so,
Okay.
okay. And then my final question, opioid settlement funding. From my understanding, there's about $90 million that have been allocated to the city total since the settlement happened. I still have not been able to get a breakdown of what those numbers are and which zip codes and which agencies, I mean, not agencies, sorry, but which zip codes and services that they've gone to, because that money's supposed to go back to the community. I still have not been able to get a comprehensive report. I saw the report that came out. It doesn't really say a lot substantively, so I really would love to know how those dollars are being spent.
I believe there's going to be an announcement very soon regarding where the investment have been made. And so you should definitely work with HMH and to get all the info that you need about this. But I believe there's something soon coming.
Okay, and hopefully there's room to make recommendations as well, but
Sure.
yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have questions from Councilmember Krishnan, followed by Ressler.
Thank you, Chair Brannon, and good afternoon, Mr. Budget Director. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
I just had a few questions, in particular about our Parks Department. I'm going to take a step back for a second. This is an administration that prioritizes sanitation, that prioritizes public safety, and I'm sure you'd agree, as we've discussed before, how our parks play a crucial role in achieving clean streets in our city, clean spaces, as well as keeping New Yorkers safe. Our parks as essential public spaces need to be cleaned. The trash needs to be picked up. The bathrooms need to be cleaned. And the overgrown trees need to be maintained, both in our parks and on our sidewalks and our streets. But the Parks Department's facing a $55 million peg. And we had included...
55?
$55 million peg. And we had included, and again, from a mayor who had explicitly campaigned on increasing our parks budget to 1%, we've been seeing the last 2 years steady cuts to the Parks Department. Now, in our budget response, we had laid out a few different items as far as restoring cuts, and there were no restorations in the executive budget. In fact, the only increase for the Parks Department was for a handful, I think it was probably about 3 to 5 exterminators in the borough of Brooklyn. I wanted to call attention in particular to one program that was cut, and that is the Second Shift program. It's a program that is exactly what its name implies, creates a second shift of cleaning for 100 hotspot parks in our city. So making sure parks are cleaned until 7 p.m. And we're entering the warm summer months now where our parks are most heavily utilized. And this program cleans our parks Thursdays through Sundays. But that was also cut in the executive budget. Of course, that's a program that directly contributes to sanitation and public safety. So I just wanted to get a better sense of why there wasn't any restoration of funding for the Second Shift program and what discussions, if any, OMB is having now with City Hall to restore the cut to the Second Shift program.
I mean, I don't have to tell you, very well that the challenges that we face throughout the budget cycle to fund all the needs, the asylum seekers, the backfill stimulus funded program. So we have a bunch of things that we had to find and to make sure that the city's budget not only fund those programs, but also at the same time is balanced. As part of that exercise, Parks basically took a very aggressive attrition peg. In other words, they basically forecast the number of attrition they're going to have, and they basically give up those things as part of the peg. They don't have any other choice. That's the call that they make. We accepted them. But again, as you said, park cleaning is very important to us as well, to you and to us. As we got to move closer to adoption, this is something that is a priority not only to you, but also to City Hall, to us, all of us. We will work with you to see, but again, it depends on the resources. Again, we monitoring closely our resources to see where exactly, whether or not tax revenues going to give up the resources that we need to do those things, but also looking at other areas of the budget to squeeze, to find resources to reallocate. We will work with you as we move forward to see what can be done. I can't give you any guarantee at this moment in time because we're trying to prioritize. We're working with the City Council to prioritize what's important. This is very important to us. I'm sure it's important for you and the Council. And at some point we'll discuss, as we get closer to budget adoption, we'll make a decision on one or the other proceeding.
I appreciate that, and I think it's important. And I mentioned to you before, and we're discussing it now as well. But it's also it's a reflection of values of the administration too, because parks uniquely had no increases, has a significant peg. Part of this is sure the agency made its proposals, but there's also a value of the administration here of again, with their larger goals of sanitation, public safety, what will the investments be to parks? And I want to call in particular the second shift program because it is quite literally a maintenance program. It supports workers. What I would say is the administration willing to consider not only restoring but expanding the second shift program? Because I'm sure you'd agree there are more than simply 100 green spaces in the city that need to be cleaned until 7 p.m. on the weekends, the busiest time of the year. I think it would be crucial for the administration to look at expanding that program as well.
Again, we're looking forward to working with you.
Same.
Okay.
And the other question I'd ask too is, you know, the cuts to parks. The Parks Department is also uniquely, to your point, you mentioned the attrition peg before, they have not been able to hire as people are leaving, whereas other agencies don't have that policy. The challenge there is if we're considering, and you know, we all understand the importance of the second shift program, the Parks Department isn't going to see any increase in headcount if they can't actually hire once people leave. And fundamentally, cuts to parks affects the parks workers, right, which affects people's jobs, as we saw, you know, in the past with the POP program. It also directly impacts maintenance and cleaning. I mean, really, when we talk about funding parks, we're talking about funding maintenance and cleaning of parks. So is the administration willing to consider allowing parks to hire again? Because in other words, if we don't do that, whatever gains we see on one side, we're losing on the other side, and it becomes a zero-sum game at the end of the day. But if we want to look at increasing headcount, we've got to make sure parks as an agency can do what the other agencies are doing and hire according to that 2-for-1 policy at the very least.
Yeah, as you know, we have a 2-for-1 in place, but parks has certain titles that are excluded, that are exempted from the 2-for-1. And I believe all the seasonal aides, city park worker, urban park rangers, all of this data. Again, we'll work with you, we'll work with the park department. Again, as you know, again, it's a question of, as I said to folks, resources. Okay, we're trying to do our best with the limited resources that we have, and we're going to try to maximize as best as we can how we're going to use those limited resources.
We'll look forward to.
So we're looking forward to work with you, you know, for you to comprehend exactly where we are, the challenges we're dealing with, and we'll work together.
We'll look forward to hearing more. And again, I would just say the administration has to really do much more here. After the mayor campaigned on 1% for parks, to be increasing the parks budget, whereas we're going backwards. And that's both funding programs and allowing them to hire. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Ressler.
Thanks so much, Chair Brannon. And I just want to say I think you did a terrific job over this. I don't know how very many weeks of hearings we had. So did you, Mike. You don't get enough credit. You're here for all of them. We appreciate you guys. And I want to say it's good to see you, Director Jiha. It's good to see Tara up on the dais. You really needed your A++ team today to handle us. But I appreciate your answers today. I feel like we get into this conversation every year of a budget dance. And, you know, the administration makes threats of cuts and the council has to play defense. But this year, what we experienced was not a budget dance at all. It was serious, harmful cuts that our communities have experienced. We saw hundreds of thousands of people couldn't go to libraries every Sunday. All the community compost programs around my community are closed. All across the city, they're closed. Hundreds of people have been laid off from their jobs. The impact program at the Department of Probation and many other programs have been cut that have led to many more young people being incarcerated. We now have twice as many kids incarcerated in New York City as when the mayor took office. So we've seen deeply harmful effects of the cuts that have been imposed. It's not a budget dance at all. This is not a game at all. And I'm very concerned about the further cuts that are proposed in this executive budget. The top concern for me remains 3K. And when we had the Department of Education in here just last week, the senior team at the DOE was not able to quantify what the impact would be of another $170 million of cuts. Since the mayor came into office, there's already been over $1 billion of cuts to 3K, as you know well, and now we're looking at an additional $170 million in cuts. Can you tell us, now that over 43,000 people children have applied, 3-year-olds have applied to 3K, can you tell us how many seats this $170 million cut, what impact will it have? on our 3K program, and how many seat will we be able to guarantee a seat, a convenient seat, to every one of those 43,000 children?
Councilmember, you know me very well. This is not something that I take lightly. This is not a dance for me, okay? This is not a dance for me at all. I don't take lightly the notion of taking savings from particular certain agencies lightly, and that's what we try our best. You know, even in the darkest moment for us, when we really needed every single dollar, okay, that we managed to make sure that we avoid to have any painful call or disruption to services to the average New Yorker. This is not something I take lightly.
I don't think you take
and
it
so
lightly.
therefore, so I just want to make sure we start from with that clarification. So
But
it's
I
not a dance.
want to clarify that point, if you don't mind.
This is not a dance for us.
No,
this is,
but
this
there's
is
a $2 billion,
needed-
according to the IBO, according to the Council Finance Division, there are billions of dollars in surplus right now for this year and for next fiscal year. So the chaotic budget cuts that have been imposed, 7 rounds of them over this mayor's 2.5 years in office, have had enormous impacts on our community. Every single day I am in my district, constituents come up to me and say, why did the mayor cut this? Why did the mayor cut that? I can't go to the library. I can't drop my compost off. I can't get my kid an early childhood education seat that I desperately need. And I say, honestly, we have billions of dollars in surplus. I can't tell you why these cuts have been imposed. So you may not take it lightly. It may not be a game. I'm not saying that you do. But I don't understand the fiscal management that's been imposed.
We had to take some tough measures to stabilize the city's finances. You don't have to take my word for it. You go and ask Wall Street, all those folks, all the rating agencies, they give us great credit for the management of the city's finances because they are independent. They not getting, they're not biased. Okay, they give us
Even the
great credit
conservative
for.
CDC said these cuts were unnecessary.
No, nobody says these cuts are necessary. Let me give you the logical extension of your argument. We save $7.5 billion, which means right now, if the cuts were not necessary, we would have $7.5 billion surplus in our budget. Okay, if the cuts were not necessary, so the savings were used to fund something. So if our budget is balanced and we said we save $7.5 billion, those $7.5 billion have been used to fund something. So saying they were not necessary, it means that we would have $7.5 billion surplus. We don't have that. So again, as I said, I understand where you're coming from. This is not a dance for us. Okay, we had to take some tough measures. This is not pleasant. We had to take some tough measures because we're dealing with a major crisis. Listen to this. We just spent $4.6 billion on the asylum seekers. This is not a forecast. This is what we actually spent. So you cannot say we spent $4.6 billion that we didn't spend a year and a half ago, okay, without a new source of funding, okay, as if there is no problem. It's got to be a problem. There is a reason why you spend $4.6 billion. So that $4.6 billion, we had to find it somewhere. We had to find savings somewhere. We had to find savings to backfill the stimulus dollars, okay, to fund those critical programs that were about to go away, okay? So the funding has to come from somewhere. So you can't have your cake and eat it at the same time, okay? We saved $7.5 billion. These are tough measures that the mayor had to take, okay? These are the savings that allow us to fund the migrant crisis, to backfill for the stimulus tax dollars that were about to expire, particularly for 3K. Okay, a big chunk of 3K were funded with stimulus dollars. Okay, so the mayor made the decision to backfill those tax dollars. Okay, the money had to come from somewhere. So we're not taking this lightly at all. This is not a dance for us. Okay, this is real. This is serious business. Okay, so I'm hoping you appreciate what we do, and like everybody else, appreciate what we do because this was a very, very, very tough environment for everyone. Okay.
I would like for clarification on the 3K cuts and what is the impact? Is there a guarantee for every one of the 43,000 applicants to have a seat in their community?
What we say, and we're going to say it over and over again, Currently, we have 23,000 empty seats. Our job is trying to match capacity with demand. And if after we do go through the exercise of matching capacity with demand, there is additional need for resources, we will work with the council, okay, to come up with resources to address the need.
But in this current school year, in the majority of school districts around the city of New York, there were more 3K applicants than actually kids enrolled. We failed in a majority of neighborhoods in New York City to actually enroll every child. Now we're seeing a further $170 million cut to the program, which means that there's going to be even more neighborhoods, despite 43,000 applications, where people are going to be unable to get the free full day early childhood education seat that they thought that they could have. It's going to lead to further displacement of working families. These are the kinds of cuts that really do undermine economic growth, undermine our economic recovery, and I strongly and vociferously disagree with. And we're not getting any commitment today that we're actually going to be able to help these families. It's clear from your testimony and from the Chancellor's testimony that we're going to have many, many thousands of families in New York City that can't access the 3K seat that they need.
Yes, like I indicated to you earlier, the $170 million, at the time, we had about 35,000 empty seats that the city was paying for. With the PEG, we're down to about 23,000 empty seats that we're still paying for. The city is in need of a lot of resources right now. And imagine the city is paying for 3,000 seats, and you're asking the city to pay for an additional empty seats.
For empty seats. We're asking to make sure that we meet the demand.
But this is exactly what you're saying. What we're saying to you, okay, we're going through an exercise of reallocation of seats, matching seats with needs. Okay, once that exercise is completed, okay, if there is a demand for additional seat, additional capacity, we'll address it at that point in time. What you're saying to us is, okay, you haven't even done the analysis. You have 22,000 empty seats. Just keep adding more. I mean, makes absolutely no sense.
To be clear, the Accenture analysis that's been talked about that was
that's what you're saying for us to do.
It's not at all what I'm saying.
Sense.
It really is not. But you're not responding to the things that I'm articulating.
We want to go through the exercise first, sir. We want to go through the exercise first.
It's been 3 school years of this mayor in office, and we haven't seen the right. Go ahead, Latanya.
So, Councilmember, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We prioritize this. We've been working on it for several years. We're still in a state where there are empty seats, and we're trying to match the demand with where the seats are. So we said, in the exercise that we did between the November plan and the January plan, in looking at DOE's entire budget and identifying savings, we said this is an area of savings until we're able to right-size where the seats are and what the demand is. And so between the January plan and the executive plan, we still have not been able to identify how we'll be able to fill those seats. So therefore, we're not going to just restore those savings because there are still empty seats, right? And as the budget director said, with all of these fiscal stimulus cliffs within DOE's budget that we needed to address. So putting in the $5 million, putting in the $15 million last year is all an exercise to try to give parents what they're asking for, and working with providers to say, can you do extended day? Because sometimes parents are not taking it because it's not long enough. We want to get it right with regards to what people are looking for. And if we have contracts and we have providers that we're paying for seats where they're not children, then it's hard for us to say, you know, we can't do all of these other things. We're not trying to take the feet out of the $2 billion that's in DOE's budget for ECE. Between PS and OTPS, it's $2 billion, right? So the PEG was to say, let us figure out what the number is, what the seat type is, and where the location is. And we want to work with the council to figure that out. And in the meantime, we don't want to pay a provider where there's no child, particularly when you have hundreds of millions of dollars of needs within DOE's budget that we had to find resources for because the stimulus money was going away. So it's a give and take. We're constantly talking to DOE. We're talking about outreach. We're talking about contract evaluations. Are we, doing what we need to do there? So it's an ongoing thing. But going from the 35,000 to 23,000, that's progress, right? We're happy about that, but we need to put the seats in the right places, and that's taking more time.
I appreciate that there are areas in the city where there is excess seat capacity, but there are more neighborhoods in the city where more families have applied than have been able to access a seat. So in a majority of neighborhoods in New York City this past school year, we have not been able to successfully enroll those kids into 3K. And it doesn't sound like we're doing anything in this budget that's actually going to help us meet that demand. In fact, we've cut the program further by an additional $170 million, which is only going to make it harder for those families who are in need to find the early childhood education seat that they are looking for. We have not seen the Accenture report. We have not seen the underlying analysis that is for how the DOE and OMB are going to fix this. And we're going to experience many thousands of families that are unable to find 3K seats. And I really do hope that we'll restore this funding to make it easier for them.
We have questions from Councilmember Abreu.
Mr. Director, I'm here.
How are you?
Thank you so much for coming today. I can't begin to tell you how many constituents have emailed me to talk about community composting. As the chair of the sanitation committee, this is a big priority for us. I want a handshake with you guys at the end of June. For me, this is what's going to get us there, at least for me personally. It's very important for me. It's important for my district. Just this past week, over 100 people from Grow NYC lost their jobs. We shouldn't have to rely on charity to make good government be a thing. And I consider very, very personally that community composting is super important as we expand curbside this fall to Manhattan. It's important that we pair the expansion of that infrastructure with people who are excited about composting. At my hearing this past Monday, even Commissioner Tisch said that community composting is important. So I would like to think this is something the administration finds to be a priority, and I just need a commitment from you that you're going to do everything you can to restore and baseline.
Again, it is one of those things that we're trying to be as efficient as we can be in terms of trying to make this work. As you can imagine, we in the budget we include funding for SDNY to operate the curbside residential organics collection in Brooklyn and Queens, and to expand this program in the fall. This program, and I understand, trust me, I'm not taking this lightly.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I'm not taking it lightly, your concern about community composting, but as a city, we have to move to a model where it's a lot more efficient. Okay, doing it a citywide program, than doing it community by community.
If we want to talk about efficiency, the curbside composting program in Queens only had a 4.3% capture rate of all compostable material. You want to talk about efficiency, that's an inefficient program that will only succeed if we fully fund community composting, to get people excited about composting. The education that comes with it is super important. You can have all the infrastructure in the world, but if people don't know how to compost, people aren't even recycling, for God's sake. Then if we're going to do something as big as expanding curbside composting citywide, then we must fully fund community compost. And I'll just leave it there.
Okay.
Director, I want to ask you one question, staying on sanitation. As you know, in many parts of the city, overflowing litter baskets continue to be a quality of life issue. And to address the overflowing litter baskets, the council, as we seem to do every year, we once again called on the administration in our budget response to provide $22 million annually baseline funding for additional litter basket pickups. I don't know why every year we have to fight over the litter basket pickup money. It seems like getting the garbage picked up shouldn't be something that's left to the whims of a budget negotiation. So can we get a commitment for these funds to be baselined at adoption?
Again, as you know, Councilmember Chairman, that it's not an issue of it's looking and finding long-term funding stream to do anything is always difficult. Okay, it's always difficult to say, you know what, because everything that you currently have in your budget is basically funded to those long-term stream or to begin with. So it's extremely difficult. So it's not like because we choose not to include those things not to baselining those programs, but it's sometimes difficult to find the long-term funding stream to basically match every single programs that we have. So,
But,
and
I mean, garbage
that's
pickup
one.
you don't get much more essential than a municipality to provide garbage pickup.
I understand that. But again, as I said, it is something that, again, we will work with the council, as we usually do, as we get closer to adoption, to basically review that need and see exactly what we will do as at adoption like we do every year. Because I understand your concern, I understand your point, but it's just a question of looking and finding as I said, I was talking about the education issue, same thing. Finding that long-term stream revenue is not something that is easy to find, that you don't have any other resources being used by those revenue streams.
Yeah, I have to push back on that because I don't think I'd ever hear you saying that for the police department.
I'm sorry?
I don't think I'd ever hear you saying that for the police department.
What do you mean?
What you just said about how it's hard to find money for things.
No,
Talking
I
about
mean,
garbage
if they have certain programs, if they have certain programs that are funded 1 year at a time, there are programs that are funded 1 year at a time. It's not, you know, it's not like sanitation most of sanitation programs are funded with long-term revenue streams. But there are programs that are funded 1 year at a time because of the nature of the program and because of the fact that we don't have a long-term revenue stream basically to fund every single program that we have in the city. We have a lot of programs that are funded 1 year at a time. They are all critical. But we cannot make commitment long-term to fund them because we don't have a long-term revenue stream for these things.
All right, Councilmember Juan, followed by Brewer.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon. Good afternoon. What a long afternoon you must have.
Yes.
So my questions are for the Mayor's Office of Contracts. As of the executive plan, the MOC's budget is $31.9 million in fiscal year 25, and last year at adoption, the agency's funding was $47.8 million. The difference in funding is close to $16 million when we compare fiscal 24 adopted to the fiscal 25 executive budget. MOC's budget currently shows, addition to the cuts, 14 positions less than the budgeted headcount. The January PEGS cuts 3 positions that were not restored yet in the executive plan. All the reduced headcount results in a significant backlog citywide. We're hearing it over and over again from nonprofits that they have yet to get paid and that they are having issues with the current MOC system Passport as well. Can you help clarify what the administration's plan is to help support MOCs clear the backlog, which has been a mayoral priority to get nonprofits paid on time and to support nonprofit providers?
Yeah, let me get back to the one-time funding that the drop-off that you see is because of a one-time funding associated with the rollout of passports. That's what was included. Okay, that's the reason why we see the drop-off, because it was just a one-time funding that was included in this for passport. So it's not like there is a drop in funding of MOCs. Regarding the providers, you want to address those?
Absolutely. Good afternoon. So MOCs has made great progress. There's still more work to be done. We've implemented the initiatives that came out of the Joint Task Force to get nonprofits paid on time. So that, along with the timeliness initiative, you know, they continue to work to try to clear the backlog. We're much better than where we used to be, but I get that, you know, more work to be done. But Passport and the migration of Passport into the system and getting rid of the HHS accelerator, it's taken time. I think it's getting better. They continue to work on that, and Passport is where we're going moving forward. So we're just continuing to work with them to improve and we've cleared backlogs, and we'll just try to do more to make sure that moving forward, we get better at that.
So with all respect, I have a hard time understanding how we expect nonprofits to be paid on time when you have such a lean organization or agency like MOX that already had pretty low headcount, and now with 2-to-1 hiring, they already are going to be short almost 17 staff members. So going back to what the executive director was saying, were you referring to the 10 intercity funding from DOE for MOX that was from the previous administration?
No, our understanding is that there's been over 30 headcount added to MOX.
Yes, but that was to fill the vacancies that were already existing.
Right.
And now we're still going to have about 17 headcount losses. And as we continue to have less and less people working, it's going to be extremely difficult to make sure that contracts are being registered on time and being paid out.
As part of my conversation with the MOX director, we told them to use the existing vacancies to basically backfill the DOE that they have, and as they progress throughout the year, and and they have needs, to put new need requests, and we will address those new need requests. But we told them to use the existing vacancies to basically backfill the DOE headcounts that they were about to lose.
Because we're also in midst of an important migration for Passport, and this is better than what we had before. Paper-based systems are not okay, and we're in modern day era, and we're finally moving towards Passport. And because there were the broad cuts for 5% across the board, MOX had no other choice but to cut from that contract. So if at the March hearing, I was told that they were going to move things in-house, since the contract was being cut with Accenture, that they were going to do the technology migrations in-house, yet now with these additional headcount cuts, who is going to be working on it?
There's not going to be any headcount cuts. As I said to you, we're telling them to use their existing vacancies to backfill, okay, the headcounts they were about to lose from DOE. And as they have needs going forward, okay, to hire, okay, to put in requests, okay, for headcounts.
Okay, because 80% of late contract registrations in the first half of 2024 is really unacceptable, and we continue to hear testimonies from nonprofits who are struggling because they're not getting paid. So I really want to emphasize how important it is that we continue to fund Passport, because Passport itself, even as an out-of-the-box solution, is still out of date because of the ways that we're catching up to make sure that we are meeting all the requirements that we have set for ourselves in the task force. So I really implore you to make sure that MOX is funded and that their employees are actually baseline to have an end-to-end process, because we just won the COLA. We want to make sure that people are being paid on time. For Passport itself, are you in support of Passport continuing to be a system for our city's processing for all of our contracts?
We'll have a long discussion about this. I don't think we have enough time.
Okay, because I did notice that there was an RFI released for request for information on similar software systems doing this work for the city to evaluate. Does that mean that you are not committed to continue to work on Passport?
I can't talk for MOX, but you should definitely talk with the director and to get a sense of where she's heading.
Okay, because I really want to emphasize how important Passport has been as a transition for our nonprofit providers and our vendors, and we want to continue to have continuity. As much as it has flaws, we need to continue to invest in the existing system, as well as the staff members of the Mayor's Office of Contracts, to make sure that we are paying our nonprofits on time and that we have the services. My one last question is for the 3K contract with Accenture. Could you help me understand where that contract sits? I believe before, when it was first awarded to Accenture for 3K to do the reporting and analysis on right-sizing the 3K seats throughout the city, that was during the de Blasio era, under an office that no longer exists under Technology Development Corporation. Can you help me understand who has that contract now and where it is and why there continues to be a delay in deliverable?
I don't know exactly have that contract, but we'll get back to you on this.
Okay.
But it's Accenture is still doing the work, So we'll tell you exactly what that contract is.
Okay, because we've been waiting very long for this
We'll get back
report.
to you on this. We'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Questions from Councilmember Brewer, followed by Aviles.
Okay, thank you very much. My first question is on following up on mental health from Councilmember Lee. On the Be Heard program, we asked the Department of Health, but they said they're not in charge of Be Heard, it's the mayor's office, and then I should ask OMB. So my question is, who is in charge of it? What is the total budget for Be Heard? And how is it broken down across agencies? And what's their head count? And the reason I ask is, I think it's a good program, but mental health in general, as Councilmember Lee said, is in disarray, in my opinion. So can you just answer the Be Heard question?
Yeah, Be Heard basically is a coordinated effort between the fire department, emergency medical services, H&H, to some extent New York Health Department, Police Department, and the Mayor's Office of Community Mental Health. The budget is about like $35.8 million a year, breaking down like 25 for FDNY and about 11 for H&H.
Is there any plans to expand it?
The plan is, yeah, I think so, but again, as I said, it's they're working on it, and it's a great program, like you said. The goal is we want to be deliberate about the future of the program to make sure that it works properly. So I would have to have you talk with the FDNY and H&H. That would give you a better sense of what they're doing in terms of their future plan for the program.
Okay, just in terms of mental health, what exactly did you say? I have a clubhouse that did not get any funding as a result of the RFP, so we would like out of Riverside to get their $600,000. Same thing with Main Chance, which is a place where people who are homeless go, $3.7 million. And the reason I ask is just generally, I don't know what I wasn't clear what you said to her about that you'll follow up on the headcount for mental health professionals across all city agencies and what the cost is. Is that what you said?
No, it wasn't about headcount, but if you want the headcount, we'll try to provide you that information.
The
as well.
headcount?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was about the entire budget, the total budget, the funding we wanted, we committed to. But if you want the headcount, we will provide you that information.
Okay, so both is what
Yeah.
we would like.
Okay.
And then what about the clubhouses that did not get funding? Because obviously we don't want people on the street, we want people to be served. $600,000 got at Riverside.
Yeah, I would defer to, on the clubhouse, I would defer to DOHMH because I don't know much about their RFP.
All right, okay.
I don't get involved into the RFP. The same thing with the mentions. I would defer to DSS.
Okay, we're very focused on the state, I think, put in $2 billion for capital construction for class size. How is OMB and School Construction Authority working together on allocating that funding?
We just got the funding. We're working with them. We don't have a final detail yet, but as we get more information, we will share them with you if you want to.
Okay. On the Department of Investigation, a very important agency, I think they got more money, understandably, because they have certain needs. So I wanted to know, in the fiscal year, what additional funding did you get for DOI? But on the other hand, there was an adjustment that it removed 15 positions in FY25 from their budget. So what was the cause of that reduction? And we, feeling very strongly about this agency, we have been trying to baseline 18 positions over the last couple of years, to be honest with you. And so what's the status of that funding and headcount?
We have had many discussions with the commissioner in terms of the agency, the structure of the agency, what are the needs of the agency, what is best for the agency. At this point in time, I've been working with her. I think she's been very satisfied with, I don't know, but it's from my perspective, we provided her the resources that she needs to do her job. As I say to her all the time, she is our eyes and ears. We have some very significant projects, very expensive projects, so we need her to be out there to make sure that she would have any potential corruption, if there is any from the management of this project. So therefore, we've been working with her, providing all the resources. So sometimes she came to us with trying to repurpose certain positions, okay, use those resources either for promotion or for other things. So we've been working with her in terms of to provide her the resources that she needs to do her job.
Do you have some sense of what the legal cannabis store revenue is to the city of New York? Not the illegal ones, because we don't know what they just take their money. But the legal ones, what's their revenue to the city of New York?
I don't have a sense. I don't know if there is a study somewhere. I would try to find out. I would have my folks do some research to see if there is some kind of a study out there, but I don't have a sense.
Okay. In terms of Manhattan office vacancies, what shifts does OMB expect in the office market over the long run, and how would these shifts impact the tax roll for property tax? And obviously, I know how your forecasting goes. Do you think a peak of a 23% vacancy rate is a conservative estimate, and how much risk do you think there is in the vacancy rate we're obviously concerned about in the future?
Yeah, this is something that occupies a lot of our time, because as you can imagine, property tax is the largest source of revenue for the city. And right now, we are trying to be, from our perspective, very conservative in a sense of we are assuming that we're going to peak at 23% and then stay above 20% over the life of the financial plan. We're hoping that all the new laws that were enacted by the state would help us in terms of the conversion.
So, but the yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, in terms of the conversion, also upset in Albany, in terms of the conversion, because that would basically remove some of the supply, okay, from the marketplace. At the same time, give us the opportunity to convert many of these units into affordable housing. So we're hoping that that's going to help. But so far, our long-term forecast is we're going to be in this for quite some time until we see some significant changes in terms of see a new trend in the marketplace. But right now, we're still conservative. We're looking at 23% and sometimes something around 20-21% in the out years.
So you like 2 or 3 years? Is that your estimate when you say long time?
Talking about the financial plan, talking about 4 years right now, but we don't have any reason to believe, even though I still believe that New Yorkers are so creative and so dynamic, we're going to find a solution to this problem. But in the short term, within the time of the financial plan, I don't see it's going to happen that quickly.
Okay, I just want to say, fine, just an example. PS 185 in Harlem has 250 people on the 3K wait list. 250 people. And what the city says, or DOE says, you can go to 150th Street, and they're on 120th. So just getting a school is not satisfactory. They have room for another classroom. So this whole 3K thing is, as you suggested, unbalanced. 250 families want to be in this school in Harlem, and they can't get a slot. There's something wrong with whatever you or supervising DOE is saying.
That's the reason why we welcome the speaker's offer to have like a bi-weekly
meetings,
so that at least everybody could be in the same room, seeing the same challenges, knowing exactly what are the problems. So we could hear from the different players, so we could try to tackle this problem.
Right. Thank you. Main chance and clubhouses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have questions from Councilmember Aviles, followed by Farias.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask some questions around immigration legal services. We know with the massive influx of new arrivals, our legal service providers have been under enormous strain. Everyone has been under enormous strain. Quite frankly, we know before new arrivals, the legal service providers had still been under enormous strain. Can you tell us how much total funding is included in the executive plan for the immigration legal services in fiscal 24 and 25?
Yeah, we have a number of programs that we currently have, and I'm going to give you in a minute or if not, we'll get back to you in terms of the number of programs that we have. But we have a number of programs, at least $65 million right now, okay, in a budget with broken down by different programs, because
65 total for fiscal '24.
Yeah, at least, because we have a number of different initiatives that I would give you a breakdown of all the initiatives that we have.
Okay, you can,
I
you
could
can send it
you.
to us. And for fiscal '25,
Again, I would come back to you with the number. But we believe we have significant resources right now in the budget to deal with all of these issues.
I'm sorry, Director, are you saying that there is an increase from '24 to '25, or you do not know?
I don't know exactly.
You don't know.
I'll
Okay,
come
so-
back to you on this because, as I said, we funded so many initiatives because I know even last week I was discussing, at least myself, with the commissioner to see what some of the other programs that can be had. But again, we will.
I'm sure there are a ton of programs, but if the
definitely.
number is not increasing,
Yeah.
it is not sufficient.
Yeah,
And we know
definitely.
65 million is not sufficient.
We will come back to you with
okay.
all the initiatives that we have and how much money is allocated for each one of the initiatives.
Great, thank you. And, in terms of immigration cases, as you might know, they take several years, at least 3 years to conclude, and in some instances, even longer. How much is anticipated to be budgeted in fiscal '26? We have poured an enormous amount of resources into doing some initial applications with folks, and I would venture to say pigeonholing all into one solution when there are many immigration options for people, and some are actually better fits. But we know they take multiple years. So how do we protect that initial investment in legal services to make sure that folks can make it through this pathway? So what is the projected fiscal budget in '26 for legal services?
Again, as I said, I'm going to come back to you because, as I said, we have a number of programs, and I don't have the breakdown in front of me to give you for each one of these programs. But I empathize and I understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay,
this is a
I would like to
long-term-
know what
this
the
is a long-term process.
What the commitment is in '26, since I know you budget
Yeah.
out for many years.
Yep.
I'd love to see what the hard commitment is.
You got it.
And then how much funding will be directly allocated to legal service vendors? You can get back to me on that if
I
you
would
don't
get back
have
to you
the
because when you
answer.
say legal service vendors, because we have a lot of legal services. Okay.
Well, in the immigration context.
Oh, in immigration. Okay.
Yes,
Okay. All right,
thank
we'll get
you.
back to you.
I look forward to that.
We'll get back to you.
Similar to the HIV/AIDS related to contract reductions, are there any anticipated contract reductions for the immigration legal service vendors? If so, how much do you anticipate that reduction?
Again, as I said, I don't want to talk. I don't want to give you an answer that is not based on actual data.
Okay.
But I don't have it. But I will give you. I'll get back to you on this as well.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I appreciate it.
In terms of how has any of the asylum seeker funding that the city has received from the state and federal government been allocated, how much, excuse me, or has, two different questions, has any of the asylum seeker funding that's been received by the state and federal government been allocated to immigration legal services? And if so, how much?
Yeah, I believe about $10 million from the state has been used for case management, and I believe immigration is a big part of it.
So case management could be,
It's a number of things, but immigration is part of it.
okay, but
Immigration services is part of
could
it.
you report to us how much of
Yeah,
that 10 million
I
is
would have
actual
to,
legal services?
for that particular bucket of resources, I would have to dig and to give you, because I know it's basically allocated for case management. There's an additional $30 million committed also by the state. So again, we will come back to you with a breakdown of all these services, what services are purchased, okay, or will be purchased with those resources.
Okay, and distinction between case management
Case
and legal
management and
services.
immigration services.
And just for the
Well,
record, you said 10 million, and then you said 30
There's
million,
36
different
mil-
state pots.
Yeah, there's, yeah.
And are there any federal funding allocations for this service?
We added, okay, put it this way, I mean, I think I'm getting this information that we need right now. No federal. We added $36 million in fiscal year 24 to support the launch of the Asylum Application Help Center. okay, so could help folks with the work authorization and permits and so on and so forth. Separately, the state provided $20 million in case management, okay? And there is a $30 million in baseline for OCJ immigration. But again, we will provide you as a follow-up a breakdown of all the services.
Okay, great. And lastly, does the city track the number of immigrants that have applied for and been approved for work permits?
I think they do, but I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, that's
Again, I will
okay. You
get
can
back to
report
you.
back.
think
I
they
want to
do.
get the questions on
Yeah,
the records.
I think OASO has that information. I would provide that.
So we can expect a response.
TPS, I mean, TPS applicants, they have that information.
Yeah, they have the number that
Yeah.
they've sent. They don't have the number that has been approved. So that
Oh,
is the
okay.
number
Oh,
that
okay.
we'd like to know
Okay, I got you.
what
Okay.
what the follow-up is. Just quick seg, if I can, Chair. In terms of literacy, we have had, a common theme here between all my colleagues is the agencies can't answer, go to OMB, OMB can't answer, go to the agencies. Such is our dance. So maybe we should have all the agencies sit together with OMB, and maybe we could get a full picture. So for adult literacy, what we've had is a DYCD contract in fiscal 24 with $16.8 million to serve about 18,000 participants. I'm sorry, and almost 50% more than was contracted for. The recent DYCD RFP includes only $11.8 million for 9,000 participants, which is $5 million less than the fiscal 24 level. Knowing that this need greatly exceeds the demand, which is a running theme across all of our services, and particularly in adult literacy, where we have such an enormous, growing, and beautiful immigrant community, for which literacy is foundational to all city services and accessing support, we see a trend of a decreasing amount of support for a service that is actually only scratching probably 2% of the population that needs it. So this is very disconcerting because it is not sufficient to begin with, and we are decreasing it in this context. Can you commit to increasing the funding level and the proposed number of students included in this new RFP? And I know you're going to probably tell me we have a lot of needs, we don't have enough money, I need to find the long-term funding. I'm listening, Director.
Yes.
This is, I would just posit this is foundational. It's of a $110 billion budget. I can give you at least 5 examples where we've demonstrated a lack of looking at the efficiencies, like the blank check for NYPD overtime, or like paying private vendors in the immigration context for services they haven't inadequate or have never actually provided before. There are a litany of examples we can use where we have seemed to be very loose with our spending. But we need a commitment here for funding adult literacy. We need $11 million to be baseline to fully restore at least the bare minimum services that we had been providing.
Yeah, as you know, they can only use an RFP for what is in the baseline now. But as as I indicated earlier, this is a program that is very critical, like you said, very foundational. And foundational to, as an immigrant, I know a lot of people who have used this program, and I see the benefit of this program for them. So as we move closer to adoption, we will work with the council, okay, to see if resources are available, what can be done.
Thank you, I appreciate that. We need the 10 million to be baseline so we can at least maintain the level of services. We're not even talking expanding at this point, which is where we need to move. So I appreciate really giving it a second look because it is going in the opposite direction and is having severe impacts in all our districts across New York City. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Farias.
Thank you, Chair Brannon, for saving the best for last. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon.
How are you?
I just want to jump right into it with the limited amount of time. I was really happy to see the funding for the Human Services Cost of Living Adjustment for contracted nonprofits that was baselined in the executive plan. This is something that's addressing a longstanding priority for the council. As we know, across 13 agencies with human service contracts, $80.4 million was added to fiscal year 2025, increasing to $163.2 million in fiscal 2025, and then baselined at $248.5 million starting for fiscal year 2027 for a total of $740.6 million across 4 years. To the questions. What types of nonprofit providers are included in this COLA?
I think it's all the not-for-profit providers, would be part of this COLA.
Okay, do we have a more comprehensive list of the folks?
If you need us to give you the list, we'll share them with you. Yeah. We'll share that list with you.
And will all the providers who receive the workforce enhancement also receive the COLA? And are there any exceptions?
Yes, they would also receive the workforce in the COLA.
Okay, so no exceptions.
Yeah.
And what's the timeline for
as long as they have an active contract. They have to have an active
As long as they have a ratified contract. Yeah. Thank you. And what's the timeline for implementation?
They currently working on it. Okay, we're trying to be as quick as we can in terms of implementation. But the implementation is underway. We're working with the providers, working with every player to make sure that we get this done as quickly as possible.
Okay, do we know if it'll be at any point in this year?
I can't give you a specific. I don't want to commit something that,
Okay, so will the COLA be included in contracted provider budgets for the fiscal year 2025 so that providers can pay the increases for their staff starting on July 1st?
My staff just told me they're trying to get it done by July 1st.
Okay, great. And how is the total amount allocated to a provider calculated? Does this total amount only include the increased wages, or does it also include fringe costs that the providers might incur?
The calculation include not only fringe, but also indirect wage as well.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
It includes a fringe and indirect wage.
Perfect. Thank you. And then under the workforce enhancement providers, they were given flexibility on what PS expenses they used additional funding for. The funds were not always used to provide across-the-board salary increases for employees. Will providers be required to allocate these additional funds solely for salary increases to all eligible employees and not for any other costs?
I think it's any cost that is, any fringe that is associated with salary.
Okay, so it's salary only.
Yeah, any fringe that's associated with salary would be covered.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few more questions. Thank you so much. Just quickly for the Department of Aging, within the executive plan, NYC's aging fiscal 2025 budget is $494 million, decreasing by $72.9 million to $421.1 in fiscal year 2026. This is largely due to the expiration of federal pandemic-related funding, which totals $44.4 million in fiscal year 24 and $68.2 million in fiscal year 25. The current older adult center contracts are set to expire at the end of the calendar year. When will the new RFP be issued? And I know Speaker Adams asked a couple questions around this as well.
I don't know. I would have to get back to you. Would have to find out from the agency exactly when the new RFP would be issued.
Okay, and do we know if it'll be issued at a lower amount due to the expiration of the federal stimulus funds?
Let me find out from DIFTA.
Okay, and it's also our understanding that all the pandemic level related federal funding must be used by the end of December 2024, but we're seeing $4.3 million in federal pandemic related budget codes for fiscal years 2027 and 28. What's the source of this funding and what is budgeted beyond the expiration date at the calendar year?
Yeah, this one is this one expires beyond 2024. This is not part of the state and local relief. This is called the Older American Act.
Okay.
And it expires sometimes beyond 2026.
Got it. And just quickly on OMBs, are they considering an increase to NYC Aging's capital budget? If so, are there any details? If not, why not?
I don't recall seeing a new need coming to me from GIFTA, but I would have to talk with my staff to see whether or not there's some need that I haven't seen. But so far, I've not seen anything. Okay, coming from GIFTA.
Thank you for that. I do want to express, I had a meeting with a bunch of the different providers recently. They did express that the alignment of where the money is showing in our in the budget right now doesn't quite align with their rental leases, their service center leases, and their projections might actually impact whether or not they will be able to issue renewals at some of the centers. So I really urge you folks to consider that, take that into consideration on whether or not we show that FY26 gap, or if those have to be pushed out into the outer years to ensure that our centers, based off of their contracts and their leases, are able to renew those and keep doors open. And just quickly, I would like to ask some questions around New York City tourism and conventions pegs. So we know NYC's tourist visitation has not yet fully recovered from pre-pandemic levels, and tourism needs continued and consistent regional, domestic, and international promotion to grow and prevent decline. The pegs that are currently put on NYCTC are devastating for New York City tourism and to our visitor economy as a whole. Cutting the budget is counterproductive to the goals that we have and to the PEG, as they are an organization that for this city that is revenue generating. And we know tourism gives the city more than it takes, with $74 billion in economic impact. So I just want to see if we can discuss where that cut is currently and if there's any pathway for restoration.
Sure. A total of $680,000 was restored in FY24 and out of the exec plan to mitigate some of the effects from the PEG from January, and we'll continue to look at it going forward.
Perfection. Thank you for that. And the last thing I will say, this is my final, actually, last thing. NYCHA Capital. I've asked in our NYCHA hearing, or in the hearing where we had the CEO and president in front of us, about the capital budget and its schedule, the money that came down. We know they're still disseminating through those dollars and where they're going to go. We do care about young people. We want them to have safe spaces. Would you agree? Great. And same for older adults. We want them to have provided spaces where they can age in place with dignity, participate in events, have safety in our communities. And so with that in mind, and for all of us in New York City, I really urge you folks to look at where the investments have to go in communities. I have a NYCHA community center that was defunded by the administration, whereas like a month ago, we were picking out the paint color and the tiles with our TA president and with the seniors that are in that building and young people that are supposed to be receiving a renovated side of the center. And this is a project that has been way precedes me, 2 council members that they have been waiting for. And so I'm urging you folks to consider looking at that capital program again across the city, but particularly I'm advocating on behalf of Monroe Houses and for their community center, both for the youth and the seniors in my community that desperately need safe, protected spaces where engaging programming happens. So thank you. And thank you, Chair, for the additional time.
Okay, Director, let's just do a lightning round. Just have a couple of left over from folks who had to leave or sent in questions. Talk about school food. So I know you made some headlines last time with talking about chicken nuggets. The council's understanding is that the cut to menu items in February was not the result of reduced funding, but rather caused by an unexpected increase in meal participation, which is a good thing. That's what we want. In order to restore the menu items, the city utilized $25 million of federal funding, but only for FY24, despite the fact that the budget for school food was already lower in FY25 than 24. So could you tell us, why wasn't the $25 million increase in school food funded baseline across the planned period?
The $25 million was not baseline because the revenue depends on the participation. Okay, so we are monitoring the need closely, and we will adjust the budget as needed. You know, that's what it is.
Okay, but can the federal funds only be accessed on a lag once an uptick in meal participation occurs?
I don't see any reason why to worry about, you know, because because the funding we get is based on meal serves, so as long as the meals are served, I don't see any reason why to worry about federal funding for this particular program, to be quite honest with you. As I said, it's more kids are eating, it's good for them, and we encourage that. And as long as the meal are served, the federal pays for it, so it's not like a city's money per se. You follow what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
So, so we don't see any issue at this point in time with this program going forward in terms of funding.
Okay, so we just want to make sure we're not going to have to cut in the
No,
short
I
term
don't see it, because I said we get reimbursed by the federal government for every meal that is served.
Okay, Medicaid adjustment and the Medicaid rate. In the executive plan, H&H received a Medicaid adjustment of $150 million in FY24. Could you tell us how will the increased Medicaid funding be used, and why was the funding added in FY24 only?
I don't have, you know, the answer to that question? I would have to get back to you, Chair, on this question, because I believe this is a transfer to H&H. I just have to get back to you, because it's an adjustment to the Medicaid budget, and we simply don't have all the information at this point in front of me.
I'll send it to you.
I will get back to you on, I don't want to give you the wrong answer.
Okay, Ccrb. Executive plan includes an additional $1.6 million in FY25 for a PS adjustment for the Ccrb. Does this funding support any new positions?
Ccrb. No, to fill current vacancies. Let me see. We just that believe it's a realignment to correct some structural issues that they were dealing with, but that is all we need at this point in time. All we know.
Okay.
It's just a realignment.
Okay. Let's talk about CUNY. The FY25 budget is $167.7 million less than the FY24 budget at adoption. How does the administration plan to build on the success of CUNY, Reconnect, ACE, and other critical CUNY programs without restoring this funding?
Again, CUNY Reconnect is all these critical programs, and as I always say to the speaker, CUNY Reconnect is a very successful program, and we'd like to see that going. And as part of budget discussion, adoption discussion, we will discuss it with the council and then see how best to address it.
Okay. It's rare to have something that the entire council agrees on, and,
yes.
and CUNY is one of those rare things.
Yes.
Okay, hang on, I have one more from the Deputy Speaker. It's important to me as well, I forgot to ask it. So NYCHA announced that it's canceling its unarmed security guard services at 55 senior developments at the end of this fiscal year. The cost is only $6.8 million. Is the administration in conversations with NYCHA about restoring that funding at adoption?
The cut to NYCHA was not an OMB PEG. It's something that they chose to do in order to mitigate their $35 million projected operating reduction. We put in a little bit over $1.5 million in order to extend the security contracts a little bit longer for them to sort out what they can do in terms of security. And it's one of the things that we'll continue to look at going forward on the path to adoption.
Again, this is something that is part of the shortfall that they're dealing with, that they decided to make the cuts. But again, it's we try to provide them some transitional resources to finance the transition, but it's something we're going to have to work with NYCHA going forward.
Because the city forgoes $72 million a year in payments from NYCHA to NYPD. So our position is, in why shouldn't security for senior buildings be viewed in the same light with the city picking up the cost?
The city has funded a substantial amount of CCTV at many of the NYCHA developments.
Based on the testimony from NYCHA, these are 55 senior buildings. Some of them don't have cameras. So we're going to have buildings with no senior NYCHA buildings, no security guards, and no cameras.
A total of 6 of the 55 buildings in questions don't have cameras.
Okay, I think that's everything, right? Oh, let me just ask you about the TFA, the debt limit. So, with the additional TFA increase, what is the city's estimated debt limit for GO and TFA debt combined in FY25?
It's about $138 billion, I believe. Yes. That's the but we also have obligations for about 109. So the net is about $28 billion.
And how much outstanding debt does the city have counting towards that debt limit?
It's about 109.
Say it?
109, about 109.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay, I think we are good. We'll obviously have a bunch of follow-up that we'll send along.
Yes.
And
more than
thank you.
happy.
We look forward to landing a good budget.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, with that, our FY25 executive hearings have concluded. Thank you.